in my opinion, are um, the new Star Trek movies, the ones that like,
Chekhov.
yeah, he played Chekhov in those. And then the only other one is one that I recommend to everybody is Odd Thomas. Um,
He was also in Alpha
Oh, okay.
Dog, where he it's based on a true story about people who murder someone, and he's in it. Anton Yelchin's been in a lot of different films over the years, and one thing I have to say about him is he was a very underrated actor.
yeah, it made me so sad when I found out that he died. Like he's one of those actors I really wish I could have seen like his, I'd have been excited to
How'd he
see movies
die?
he was in.
A
Uh,
faulty Jeep part broke, and his Jeep, which was parked on an incline, rolled into him and crushed him to death.
yep. Sad, terrible fluke accident.
Yeah, his family tried to sue the company, and then apparently there was some kind of recall already in place, and he didn't get it done or something. And there was a big loophole, and his family couldn't do anything.
Yeah.
He was the voice of the main character in the Netflix series called Troll Hunters,
Mm.
which was kind of cute. Um, he was in a bunch of random stuff. He was in a lot of independent films, and he wasn't a huge name, but he was a really good actor. He's very, very multifaceted.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only thing I know him from was that
Oh, he was in Fright Night too.
and that was just a. I don't like I said I couldn't tell if it was the actor or just the directing, but it was a flat character. It
Yeah.
wasn't
No,
well done.
it was the direction, the writing and direction. Like it was because he's watching his other films. Like I said, Odd Thomas was it blew me away.
Yeah, that was a really good movie. Very. If they'd have threw a couple more million at it, it'd have been better. But
Yeah,
he did good in it.
yeah. His acting was good, and just the
That movie definitely could have benefited from a little bit higher of a budget.
yeah, yeah. But yeah, if you ever get a chance, Kason, which it's been a while since I watched it, so I don't remember exactly how the pacing is. But I
It
don't.
was on Netflix for a long time.
Yeah, but if you ever get a
Yeah, I
chance,
never even watched it. I did notice that. I didn't
yeah,
notice it was streaming.
it
So it's
was
not streaming anymore, huh?
no,
I
no.
don't know.
Well, yeah, I haven't checked in a bit, but I don't remember seeing it on there for a little while. But yeah, it's so good, such a
It's
good movie.
it's uh it's one of those movies that the budget's not as great, so some of the graphics aren't as great, but the storyline's pretty good. And you don't think it's gonna be a movie like that when it starts.
Yeah, yeah, you don't.
If you ever do see it, just uh just click it and start watching.
Hmm. Yep. Just take it for what
You
it
think my
is and
mom
just
would
follow
like
it.
it?
I think your mom would actually.
Uh, yeah, I'll watch it with her sometime.
Yeah, I think.
It's not in Netflix.
Okay. Alrighty.
All right.
Okay, so
Anyways, I don't remember where we left off exactly.
okay, so
We were interrogating the mind screw of the century.
yeah,
Oh, that's right. We were mid conversation.
yeah, we
Yeah.
had to stop it. Um,
We stopped Soprano style.
yeah, you guys were.
Oh, Thomas is on Amazon Prime.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I can watch it through there.
Yep. Free right now. You can watch it right now, including with Prime.
That's
Awesome.
right. Okay, yeah, I remember now where we were at because
Yeah, you
we
guys.
were like, let's just stop here because this way Gabe
You
could
had like one of the
figure out
greatest
exactly
roles
what he wants
ever.
that guy to
Yeah, you're with your force rank of 2 rolled 4 light side points, so it was just yeah, and we were all on the same page as far as like how it should roll from that, or how it should affect it narratively. So essentially, not only were you able to read Kalik Telden's thoughts, but you were also able to influence his thoughts as well. And
Oh yeah, she was. Okay, so last thing I remember was Ator was asking him to give us information that would um, help us resolve this conflict with
with
that one
Geneth
chick.
Fendrel.
Can't remember.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Parator Geneth Fendrel of the Kartan territory here on the planet Adumar. So, and as you pressed him for that information, he was really sort of digging into his his resources essentially and information that he had, trying to see if he could come up with something. And then that's when when I had to say, or when we had to stop. So so as Kalik is sort of sitting on the couch, you know you can see him really sort of racking his brain, kind of really going through any bits of information he had. You see his expression sort of shift a little bit. You see that he kind of tenses up a little bit and shakes his head a little bit to the side, kind of, considering. And as Ator is reading his thoughts, Ator would sort of follow his mental process of going, well, this might work, but it's not going to be the easiest thing to do, and there's no guarantee. And so he's sort of weighing the options, weighing how effective it might be, but it's the best idea he's gotten from sort of going through things. Now, are you gonna like prod him, or how do, like, as you're sort of sensing this thought process, are you gonna do anything as far as that goes, or just kind of see what he does?
So I'm sensing his thoughts, and I'm influencing his emotions to be more friendly towards us.
Right, basically like
Um,
cooperative.
I've been questioning about his intentions and about how to resolve the conflict with Fendrel, right?
Right. And like I said, that little thing I just explained, like I said, as you're reading his thoughts, that's what you get from him, basically. Is he's got an idea, but it's obviously it's risky. It's and he's not certain, how well it might work, but it's the only thing he's got. Are you considering what to do,
I
or
guess she just what did he say exactly again?
well, he basically he said, he was thinking, he didn't say it outright, because this after you like pressed him for a way to resolve the conflict, he's basically looking for a way. And I think you, in the last session, you worded it in a way to just like basically just put a stop to her all the way around, like completely sort of um, remove her threat, essentially. And um, so he like the way you kind of put it made him kind of go, oh, we're not assassins, kind of a thing. And and so um, it's but like I said, he's trying to consider ways that he might be able to get end the conflict, basically at least put Parador Fendrel back on her heels. And so he's thinking, well, there's this, I've heard of this, or heard what is it, like rumors of this, and it might be an avenue that we could use to damage her reputation and get her focus on something else other than us, or other than my friends. And that's basically what you're hearing in his thoughts, and kind of.
I'm just waiting. I'm just gonna wait for him to say anything then.
Okay. All right. So he kind of rubs his jaw a little bit as he's hesitant to say this, just because it's not it's not a surefire strategy, from his sort of military mind. It's a risk, but he decides there's no better choice than this. He says there might be one way in which we could create a. I'm trying to think of how he would word this. There might be a means of ruining her image in the eyes of the other Parators and causing her to have to regroup and repair damage, which would then turn her attention and resources toward those efforts, and basically make you a smaller problem. But there's no guarantee we're going to be able to get what we need to pull it off. I've heard talk of corruption within the way that she's structured the industrial class in order to boost the efficiency of resource production and essentially keep the Kartan territory as the strongest, the most dominant territory of Adamar. But I'm going to need to gather some more intelligence before I can develop a strategy to exploit that.
Whatever you can do to help would be much appreciated.
He nods and turns to each of you, and of course, especially Ator, because she's got that connection through the Force right now, and that's she's kind of the strongest influence at the moment.
She's hot as hell, and she's working it.
And so he nods and he says, "We'll do whatever we can to support you and support the resistance as well. And if this is what you need, then we'll see it done. As soon as I have the information I need, I'll come back to you with a plan, and we'll execute it."
God bless you. Just may the Christ from planet Terra be with you.
Nothing else from Ator at that point. Just she's just gonna let that be. Just let him.
So what are the other guys saying? The other guys aren't saying anything. I guess she just say, "Thank you very much. We'll please keep in touch as often as possible.
And,
the sooner this is resolved, the sooner that we can help each other in other ways."
Mm.
Whoa.
Whoa, Ator. Pump your brakes,
Nah,
girl.
She was saying that the sooner this conflict is resolved, the sooner we can get back to
the job at hand.
Rebel Alliance, basically. The resistance.
The resistance, yeah. Kalik nods and says, "We'll work with every haste that we can muster." And Garen stands and as Kalik stands and he bows in gratitude. He says, "Thank you very much for your assistance, and welcome to the resistance." And Kalik kind of gives a smirk and a nod, and sort of bows farewell. Just a small bow, polite bow.
Hi.
Hi. And makes his way out of the suite.
I feel an echo in the Force that he had gotten a call and an alternate timeline.
No,
Really would have loved to know that.
no,
Oh,
no,
no.
we're leaving
I'm
that.
gonna,
We're leaving that alone. That was a GM flub. It didn't happen.
I'm gonna chase him down the hall. Did you get a phone call? Hey, did you get a phone call?
That-
Hello? He's gone. Come back. He disappeared, guys.
Ninja vanish.
You just see him running the opposite way down the hallway.
Yeah. He just like
He vanished and he took the pizza.
Oh no, you have to use an alien name in front of it.
Yeah. No, like.
He took the Clartarian pizza. Dadgum, the Clartarian pizzas. So good.
Arcturian laughing pizza.
Laugh.
Pizza the Hut.
Oh no. Oh my goodness.
Fucking napasabi, nipple pinchy.
That's from South Park, isn't it?
No, it was from Family Guy.
No, okay.
That's Peter Griffin as Jabba the Hutt.
Oh God, that makes complete sense now. All right. So, any thoughts or anything that the characters would want to say in reaction to everything or to what just happened? Any conversation that wants to be had?
I'm trying to think exactly where Hathor's mindset would be right now.
Yeah, because he's just left, so this is kind of an opportunity.
Actually, she just look over at Garen. And first she'd look over at the other guy, and then she'd look over at Garen.
At the other guy? You talking about X?
I'm trying to get in her mindset.
Sup,
Okay.
girl? No, I'm joking.
Sup? No.
I'm joking.
X would be like the other guy to her right now.
Yeah,
Alright.
Garen and him.
Yeah, we're gonna have
Stranger danger.
to.
Stranger danger.
We're gonna have to work on this group dynamic thing here. This is gonna have to. We got some tension here.
Well, X would speak up and say, "Well done, Ator, calming him down. I could feel the force flowing through you."
She says thank you.
And Garen would nod in agreement and approval, and say,
No one needs your nod, buddy. No, I'm joking.
"Shut up! I didn't say anything. Shut up!"
I know what you're thinking. Everybody's sensing each other's thoughts.
Yeah.
Get out of my head!
Yeah, could you imagine how much discipline and sheesh, patience you would have as a Jedi once you could read each other's thoughts, their conversations, and that's not what you thought. That's what I said. That's not what you thought.
Doesn't matter what I thought.
That's what I chose to
What's
say.
Natalie Portman thinking right now?
All
Well,
right.
So what would Garen do in
So-
response?
So Garen would kind of exhale in relief at the idea that the sort of the first bit of good news since they've come to Adamar, and he'd say, well, at least we finally got an ally. I mean, I'm grateful for Parator Yorn, but we came here hoping for support for the Resistance. And it seems like we finally found it.
We just gotta get Findrel off our backs so that we can move freely on this planet like we need to.
Agreed. That definitely does make our task here much more difficult.
I agree.
well, for now, what do we do? Do we just wait for him to get back, or should we go searching around for these rumors too? It might be too dangerous, but I'm not sure what else we'd have to do right now.
Well, if anybody went searching, it'd have to be Garen, because the people around here don't like talking to outsiders.
Garen sort of strokes his beard, considering options. He says, "Patience is probably going to be our best option. We've already drawn a lot of attention to ourselves, and not the best of attention. And the more overt movements that we make, the larger the target is on us." And shortly after Garen finishes that sentence, there is a notification chime that comes from his datapad. And so he takes the datapad off of his belt and brings it up and has a look of kind of surprise and concern at the same time as he's looking at what the notification was about. He speaks up and says,
Taylor Swift's having a new album.
"Yeah,
He hasn't been born yet."
I got a Facebook notification.
Yeah. That's a good one.
I can't take credit for that. I think that came from something else. But
Oh.
yeah, I wish I could. It's a good one. It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I'll come up with like an Instagram.
Leia wants to be friends.
Yeah. Oh look, General Organa wants to add me to her social circle. So as he kind of as he reviews the information that he's gotten, he speaks up and says, "Just received a message from Imperator Yorn that because the recent attack of the First Order and the altercations that took place from it, the Imperators of all the territories have decided to assemble a meeting of the Council of Allied Territories. And while he is nervous about what it might do to his chances of becoming Council Primus, he wouldn't feel right not offering us an invitation to attend the council meeting. He believes that we should at least hear what the council ultimately decides concerning these matters."
I'm not sure if it's wise for all of us to go together. Maybe we should keep part of our group separate. Just in case they try to do something.
Ator says, "Okay, you can stay here."
That's not what she actually says, is it?
No, that would.
Let's say I know
That's
Ator's,
fine.
Ator's.
I'll stay with Spondaz. He's
She's back
nicer than
outside
you
the
anyway.
Whoa, easy. Okay.
Yeah, I see what you really want now. You're trying to make Garen jealous.
I mean, you can have Garen.
I don't want Garen.
uh,
Anyway,
Spondaz
back
can
to
finally
reality.
Find out that Ator is really a guy, and he'll say, "It's a trap."
Oh, that's terrible. A trans Twi'lek.
Hey, we don't make judgments on this channel.
Oh no,
I
I'm
know.
not making judgments. I'm just saying
Don't judge.
that'd be like a deep-rooted, like hardcore Star Wars universe thing.
Some I'm gonna refrain from commenting. I'm gonna keep my thoughts to myself because
Well,
if you can't say anything nice, don't say anything at all.
Anyway, so what I would say, we all shouldn't go. Maybe some of us should stay nearby, and within range of communication to help if anything goes wrong.
Garen nods and says, "That's a sound strategy."
I believe since Garen, you're the face of this team, that you go, and Ator, if you do not mind, going with him to protect him as well. And me and Spondaz can stay in a ship nearby just in case we need to come and get you guys.
Garen looks to Ator and asks, "Do you have any objection to that plan?"
She says, "No, I'm also curious about this city. I want to know more."
Garen nods and says, "Well, I know you got a little more exposure to Cartan City than I did while I was in the Kolto tank, but definitely getting more insight into this world will ultimately influence, or ultimately have bearing on how much influence we have. And I would be glad to have you by my side."
Oh.
I know. Garen's a sweet guy. It's okay. You can...
Gay!
All right.
Ator says, "I guess we should go then.
Garen nods.
The sooner we get this done, sooner we can go to Tatooine."
Garen nods. And,
Sorry, guys.
it's okay. Garen nods and says, "All right."
You lay off those smokes, man.
It's crack. It's not even cigarette. Just sheer crack.
So Garen nods and says, "All right. We'll take a look at the map from the navigation data we've gathered so far and find a good spot for you and Spondaz to stand ready."
What do you think, Spondaz, my friend? You want to hang out with me for a little bit today?
Spondaz takes another bite of his large breakfast that he's still been working on taking full advantage before he knows that they're gonna have to get underway again and be back to minimal rations and kind of
Whatever, we're taking all this food with us.
looks to X and kind of shrugs and nods like, "Yeah, sure."
Just so you know, Spondaz, when I ordered breakfast for me, I asked for a bunch of extra breakfast and to-go containers. So this is going back to the ship, buddy.
And Spondaz smiles widely. Says, "Well, I'm definitely in then."
Sweet. And then X jumps in the air, and so does Spondaz, and they high five, and they go, "Friends forever!"
So Garen looks to X and Spondaz and asks, "Will you be taking the flare, or are you going to want to use the Ardent for this?"
I think you should show up in the Ardent, and me and Spondaz will back you up in the flare.
Garen nods and says, "I agree. I think that would be best. All right. Let's move out." Garen stands and leads the way out down the hallway and proceeds out to the landing pad, and as they're making their way. So again, this is... Anytime there's sections like this, of course, if there's anything you guys want to do for, sort of small character interactions, it's cool. Or we can just, like basically screen wipe to the next scene. So, right there. Still on the couch. Still lagging behind. All right. So no.
Hanging on the outside.
Yeah. It's just. There you go. Okay. So no character interactions or anything like that. In the meantime, I mean, we've had some pretty good ones. I'm not saying there needs to be, but just giving opportunities, basically.
Ator is not really a talkative.
Yeah,
We
Ator.
like
Ator is very much a watch, observe and look for opportunities, essentially. So. All right.
She just keeps her mouth shut and tries not to
Sure.
piss anyone off unless she has to. Unless she's saving slaves.
All right. I am trying to see if I. Okay. Made a couple of maps, but I guess I didn't save the one that I used for something, basically. Not gonna get into that, but wait, what's this? Maybe. Oh, never mind. That's something else. All right, hang on. Bear with me. All right, so what I will describe. Okay, so essentially, Cartan City is where we landed previously. After the whole conflict with the First Order transport, and then of course that whole escape, and when we first came down to Adamar, that was the city we touched down in, where we first met Parator Fendril, and of course we had saved her son, and Garen spent some time in the Kolto tank there, and X went on a little excursion himself, and went looking for what information he could find. Of course, had his altercation as he was searching for droid parts.
Sure.
So it is a larger city, obviously very, what was I gonna say? Urban. I've kind of described the architecture of Adamar a couple of times, so you kind of have that idea. Lots of streets and sort of lighter grays and sort of copper brass accents on things, and for what we as viewers sort of would recognize as sort of Victorian sort of influences and in the architecture. Now, in developing their strategy, how would what the how or where would you kind of ideally set down or weight basically as X being of course in command of the flare and
Well, from a tactical standpoint, if these are ground level buildings that you're going in, ideally I would like to see if there was any kind of parking structure or place nearby I could park higher up, get a better vantage point, as well as have you leave your communication device open so we could listen to what's going on.
Okay. So the Council Assembly Building, Council Assembly Center. Sorry, the Council Assembly Center is at the sort of northern edge of the city, and it's in a it's a very important government building, so it's going to be fairly well protected, and there is the landing pad that Garen and Ator will touch down in, for the center, to make their way there, and of course they've been given clearance and such, and there is a structure. We'll, we'll put it this way: it is a speeder parking structure that's not too far away, that you do manage to find a large enough spot to set down in, and as the flare, sort of maneuvers in and sets down on in this parking structure. Um, there's a couple of Adamari that are just getting out of their speeder, getting ready to head down to the street level, and it's not a huge structure. It's we'll say it's like ground floor and then 2 levels above it. So the upper level is the third level, and that's where you're landing the flare. And you set down, and like I said, there's a couple of Adamari heading out, and they see this ship that's obviously not Adamari in design, set down and take up many parking spaces. And they just kind of look at it, sort of very oddly, but you don't well, yeah, you don't see them sort of like reach for a communicator or anything like that. They just kind of look at it, and they're very sort of puzzled and very sort of unhappy with it, with this. It's like very rude, very odd. But they make their way, over to the lift basically that will take them down to the ground floor, just kind of shaking their heads as they look at the flare. If you were to see any of this essentially, and then away they go. But the parking structure is, I'm trying to think of the distance. That'd be probably a couple. I'm trying to think. Probably a couple 100 meters from
Okay.
from the council assembly center. Obviously, they don't want any structures too close. It's all a matter of security and such. But it's close enough that with your macro binoculars, you'd be able to survey the area. You could use the sensors, the scanners on the flare with minimal interference, to sort of keep an eye out that way, and if you needed to intervene, at a moment's notice, then it wouldn't be too difficult, to sort of get into action essentially. So, and we will go from there. Oops.
Hey guys, I just thought of something horrible.
What's that?
I'm not gonna do it, but uh, I saw this, if I put 10 points into influence, into the control thing there,
Mm-hmm.
then we just wait until that chick goes to a speech, and then I use influence on her. It does a uh, discipline versus this one check combined with the influence power check. And if you succeed, you can force the target to adopt an emotional state or believe something untrue lasting for 1 round or 5 minutes. And then just wait for her to do a speech, and then just make her believe that she's at a confessional or something like that.
Oh, jeez.
Talking to a therapist.
Oh my goodness. That's funny. All right, so. Oh, why is that highlight? Oh, wow. I need to lock this again. Must have unlocked that accidentally. All right. Man, that could be bad. All right, so as Garen and Ator, they maneuver in, to the landing pad for the council assembly center, and when I was making this map last night, it was kind of one of the last things I was doing last night, so I didn't add the landing pad and all that kind of stuff. So use your imagination.
Nano.
And so as we move in, we signal our the sort of security of this center, and give them the tell them that we were invited by Imperator Banis Yorn, and
Where's the valet service Parker shit?
and that we're here to attend the assembly, and the security personnel, ask us to hold for a moment while they, confirm um, our clearance to be there, and then they respond saying, "We do have you on the guest list, and please sit down on pad 4." And basically give us a rundown of, during the council assembly, that for one thing, that there are no weapons allowed within the council center for security purposes, and that they will be scanned for weapons once they enter the facility. And trying to think if there's anything else. They've been informed essentially of procedure. Once you enter the main, the main facility, or the once you enter the assembly center, you'll go through a weapons scan. You'll be searched, especially as non-political member, or non-political personnel, I guess we'll say, and to ensure that the scanners didn't miss anything and that you're not carrying anything that could pose a potential threat, and that once that security measure is complete, then you will be allowed to enter the assembly center, and you will be provided a guide that will take you to the assembly, and you will be briefed on assembly protocol. So Garen, sets the pad down on the appointed, or sets the ardent down on the appointed pad number 4, and sets sort of the security measures of the ship in order to make sure that no authorized people are allowed to enter, or no unauthorized people.
You mean unauthorized?
Unauthorized, yeah. No authorized.
No authorized people. So we can't be.
Say, I locked us out of our own ship.
Put me on the unauthorized list in that case.
Hey, Gabe, I can't move the ship here. I put it here to get it like near the edge of the building, and now it won't. My ship move.
What in
Did I
the
drop
world?
it somewhere I wasn't supposed to move?
Somehow, had some weird. That's weird. Somebody. By the way, guys, just in case this is what happened without knowing it, just make sure that you don't press the L key. Because what that does. Let me check the permissions.
I picked up just fine.
Well, no, I just unlocked it.
Oh.
The weird thing is the table extender got unlocked, and the flare and those two pawns got locked.
Interesting.
All right, I'm going to. There we go. Let me see. Now I should still have permission to lock and unlock, right? Yeah. Okay, so now you guys shouldn't have permission to lock anything or unlock it, so should be good to make sure it doesn't happen accidentally again. Okay. So as Garen and Ator are setting down on the pad and sort of getting ready to follow the procedure they've been informed about, what would Exodus be doing?
1 second, I'm sorry, I got kicked out of the server.
Oh shoot! All right.
Oh, I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, I didn't either.
You kicked him out when you locked him.
I know, right?
It locked him out of the thing.
I think something happened. All of a sudden, it said session failed with Ryder, and then that was it. Shut me out.
Weird. Must be a net hiccup or something.
Oh no, something's not letting me log back in. Give me just a second. Sorry.
It's okay. It happens. Well, thanks. Actually,
Anyways, so we got that information from the data pad, huh?
well, we got that all that information as far as landing procedure and stuff was basically given by the security, by the assembly center security. So we were given
through the comms.
Yeah, we were given clearance to land. You know, told this is what would happen, et cetera, et cetera. You know, follow procedure basically.
So to answer your question, me and Spondas would be at the ready, listening to communiques, listening to what's going on, and we are at that parking garage. We're just lightly chit chatting, maybe snacking, but we're listening and prepared to fly over there and blast through some walls if we need to, just to get you guys out if they try to do anything to double cross you. Or we're also trying to scan the area and make sure there's no incoming ships trying to, or life forms trying to flank me or my position.
Gotcha. So you're remaining aboard the flare.
Yep.
And relying on the scanners and yeah. Okay. Alrighty. I need to take a short AFK break. So I'll be back in just a minute and we'll continue.
I'll make some tea real quick.
Yep. So take advantage of the break.
Bathroom break.
Okie dokie. Do 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 do.
All right, I am back.
I never left.
I know Kason is making his tea, so
Mrs. Will ya make me tea? So far, this is pretty fun.
Yeah, digging it?
Yeah.
Good. I'm glad. The fun thing about a tabletop RPG like this is that it's difficult to put into video games is sort of the organic flow of interactions between characters. Um, with computer games, of course, you have limited resources, to work with for basically you only have so much hard drive space and you know trying to keep in mind the capabilities of many different PCs and stuff or even like consoles, so you have to only allow so many responses to things and even then it's hard to have a sort of a naturally evolving narrative and have interesting little side details and stuff. Um, so it's fun to play with tabletop RPGs to be able to have that sense of freedom.
True. It gives you a little bit more free will, but also will create problems for the GM.
Well, yeah.
If it free wills off into a sidebar.
Right. But that's the thing. That's that's what I've been laughing about the last couple sessions and that's been a thing for GMs, for as long as there have been tabletop RPGs. I mean, veteran Dungeons and Dragons dungeon masters, DMs was of course the original term because Dungeons and Dragons was kind of the original tabletop RPG. But they'll be like, oh yeah, that's something that's been around forever. So,
right.
And the cool thing about it is, as as frustrating as that can be, and I feel like I'm a decent GM, but I know that like there are some very talented GMs out there. But as sort of as much as that can throw off a GM and things like that, it also makes narratives that much more interesting. It makes them a lot less cookie cutter, a lot more, like, oh wow, cool, like fun surprises and it inspires the creativity of the GM as well. It's like, oh well, shoot, how am I gonna react to this? How am I gonna make this work? Kind of a thing, and then
right,
you get that sort of spur of the moment. Yeah, spur of the moment creativity.
Spur. That's pretty. It's pretty interesting.
Mm-hmm. I'm glad you're enjoying the RP though. Like that's one of the reasons that I invited you to join us so long ago was just talking to you and well, especially when you started talking to me at work that day about just having come up with your own character and all that kind of stuff just for fun for yourself. I was like, that's role playing right there. Like that's
And he told me all about it.
yeah, and so it's like that's when you said that I was like, oh yeah, that's you've already got the mind for it essentially. So
yeah, I have an entire what do they call it? Fan storyline or whatever.
mm-hmm. Fan fiction.
Yeah, I have an entire fan fiction written about my character and backstories and people's names and friends and all kind of stuff. And it's pretty fun just to mess around with it for me.
And in reality, that gives you a head start on a lot of newbies to tabletop role playing. So a lot of people sort of pick that up as along the way as they go. A lot of people that start in tabletop RPGs, just kind of really don't know anything about it, and I mean I know you didn't either, but it's like they're completely green and And so they just kind of, come up with, a really basic character concept just based out of the books and stuff like that. And then they learn to develop the character, or learn character development more and more as they play the game. So you having that character development already in mind it gives you a step ahead to where you can go, okay, I have this character I want to make. Now how do I use the structure of the game? How do I wrap the structure of the game around that to bring it to life within this game? So
My character was just put together, basically.
yeah, Kaysen, at least as far as this RPG goes, both his characters have been like just sort of, well, this might be interesting to work with and put it together, and they have been interesting characters, like Musam was.
I mean, especially her is like just reading the books, or just reading the rule books and stuff like that, and the character creation stuff, and like different items. It just gave more and more ideas.
Right. Yeah, it gives you
Especially her freaking crystals.
Yeah, that was definitely a neat blending of sort of the idea of a character and then, something that's already a part of the game itself, already a structure that married so incredibly well.
Like I said, I wouldn't have picked that, but it just went too well with my character.
Right. And it's worked incredibly well for your character so far also. Like it's actually enhanced the build of your character from a structured gameplay standpoint.
So. Well, I mean, it's purely defensive, so it's perfect for. I mean, it's purely defensive and meant for protection.
Mm-hmm.
So it's perfect for someone who's trying to protect and free slaves.
Right.
Even that build of the so the gameplay mechanics and that narrative of its background both just are too perfect for that character. So I couldn't pick a different one.
Right. Yeah. I was thinking about it the other day, and I was thinking about how much you can see they've put into the structure of the game, and even for its like some of its smaller like vague ideas and things like that, how that can be a little frustrating sometimes, but overall, like I was thinking about my character, Garen, how I have his build, and I picked an Amon Disciple just kind of instinctually, like just kind of looking at it thinking, yeah, that kind of sounds like what I'd want at least to start off with.
Well, that's what I would have picked for her if I'd known more about the dual wielding kind of stuff and all that.
Mm-hmm. But the funny thing is, like, the more that I get into building Garen, and the more that I get into the structured gameplay, the more that again it melds together to really bring the character to life, and it's kind of surprising how it does it too. I was not expecting. I was not expecting, the further, expecting it to marry that well, as far as the sort of structured gameplay aspect of it, the build of the character. I was expecting it to fit well enough, but not really, like be like, oh, this is kind of really exactly what I had in my mind, basically. So it's a very well put together tabletop RPG, and I'm really impressed by it. I mean, I know tabletop RPGs don't get a whole ton of attention overall, but I'm kind of surprised that you don't hear more about this RPG.
Go beat it over.
So.
Yeah, I like it. It's pretty good job.
All right.
I love you.
Okay.
Well, anyways, my tea's done.
Okay.
Sure. So are you guys set?
Yep, I'm ready to continue. All right, so
what's next doing?
oh, go ahead, Matt. Go ahead and explain kind of
Oh,
I know you already said it, but go ahead and just kind of recap
Oh,
it.
sorry, I didn't realize. I thought that was that there was. So you're just keeping tabs on us with the comms.
yeah, yeah. We're just listening and watching and staying within a decent amount of trek for a ship. A few hundred yards or a few hundred meters, if you will, are not much for a spaceship to travel. So
Hmm.
stay nearby.
Okay. All right. Okay. So as Garen and Ator sat down, Garen, again just sets adjusts the security settings on the ship to basically only allow entry of Garen and Ator based on a key code sequence to be able to open the hatches. And he relays that information to Ator so that she's able to get aboard the Ardent as well, as if they get separated or whatever the case may be. Just trying to be as prepared as possible for different scenarios. And as Garen, sort of um, sets the ship to be in standby, low power standby, you know, he finishes his sequence of toggle flips and uh, key punches, and then steps up, stands up, rises up out of the pilot's seat. He turns to Ator and says, "Be very wary. I don't believe this is a trap, but I know you're all too aware of how our reception here has been thus far."
Ator says, maybe I should just stay around the building on the outside and watch for any enemies.
Garen sort of, and keep in mind,
And
just
as she says this, she's holding on to her lightsaber, like not holding on to them in her hands, but I mean
she's got kind of
like
her hands kind of resting on them
has
basically.
have them on her side, and she's kind of grabbing at them, and you can see that she's kind of scared.
Garen kind of reaches out and places a hand on her shoulder and says, "While I understand your concern for security, we also don't want to do anything to make ourselves seem provocative. We need to be."
Mm.
She says, "It's okay, I'll be quiet."
Um, Now keep in mind as we're conversing, we're already inside basically the walls. Like there's an outer wall barrier um, that we've been given clearance to pass to set down on this pad, and we're kind of just outside the assembly center. So
As a reminder to you, player to player, it's already been in case you forgot, it's already been kind of established she will not give up her weapons.
that's right. I did forget about that detail.
I thought you would.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, considering
If
that,
you remember, she will not be make herself helpless again.
okay. Yeah, that's right, because that comes from her. That comes from her days as a slave, right? Like, just
Yep.
not allowing herself to be put in a position of helplessness, essentially. So Garen sort of considers her position and um, thinks through the situation as a whole, and strokes his beard for a second, considering the options, and says, "I don't think they'll allow you to wander freely within the grounds, and I don't recommend you drawing attention to yourself." And he takes the lightsaber from his hip, holds it and considers it for a moment, and he's uncomfortable himself with relinquishing his weapon, but he also doesn't want it to be put in the hands of people that he doesn't know and trust. And so he holds it out to Ator. Says, I want you to hold on to this for me while I'm in the council assembly.
She says, I'll keep it safe.
He nods and says, what I would appreciate you doing is being another set of eyes as well. Keep an eye on the scanners, and if you encounter any trouble, contact me immediately. And he says, I'll have the comms open as we agreed, and you know the frequency.
Yes.
Garen nods and tells her, you know, be watchful. I'll be back soon. And he steps out of the cockpit and makes his way down the ramp and moves toward the assembly center. And as he does, nothing out of place or alarming would be happening at this point. Everything is following sort of procedure. There are security posted, near the landing pad, but they're not really. They don't seem any more aggressive than you would expect for a facility security team, essentially. And they sort of acknowledge Garen. Garen, acknowledges them, and one of the security personnel that was there escorts Garen. Well, actually, first, even before he gets off of the landing pad, the security personnel, they have a scanner that they're sweeping him with, and you can see, sort of through the viewport at this point, that they are, running through a series of questions, and they're making sure they're having him sort of, open his cloak and move it to the side and stuff, and examining what
Open
what
your
equipment he
cloak,
has.
sir.
And just making sure that he doesn't have anything that is not allowed. And as Garen sort of passes the security check, he's then taken, escorted by one of the security personnel. The other couple of security personnel remain there at the landing pad, and Garen is taken into the assembly center. And as you guys are, as he passes out of sort of visual range, and you kind of are reading him on the scanners, and you've got his specific life signs programmed in the scanners, so you always have a general position of where he's at. And so you're sort of following him through the facility. He stopped just inside the front entrance, and you're overhearing the comms. Welcome to the Center for the Council of Allied Territories, and greeted by a receptionist, and basically given instructions as far as a guest of Parator Yorn. We would like to thank you for being present at this assembly. We would ask that as the assembly takes place, that you would be respectful of the governing processes that occur during this meeting, that you would remain quiet, and if you feel that you need to, or if you would like to have input into what is being discussed, make sure that you consult the attendant that is with you and the Parator that you are a guest of. We hope that you find this find this experience enlightening and a testament to um, the the cooperation of the Adamar people. And Garen says, "Thank you very much for having me as a guest, and I am grateful to be participating in this event." And then you hear, the attendant sort of explaining, giving a little bit of a history on the Council of Allied Territories, stemming all the way back to the Great Wars between the Sith Empire and the Old Republic, and how time after time, there, when invaders from outside their world would present a large enough threat to require the a greater response than one territory could muster, that the Council of Allied Territories would assemble and, um, decide upon the best response to such an incursion, and how this council meeting is a continuation of that tradition. And so she's going over all of this information, and then you hear the final sort of door, sort of as a little bit of ambient noise, basically in the back of the comms. And as Garen enters, there's a very different atmosphere even that you can overhear. It's very, very sort of what do you call it? The acoustics of the room are are much more subdued. It's a smaller room with sort of baffled sort of sound, sort of reminiscent of a respect for what is being said in that space, and a way to keep the conversation sort of focused. Not a lot of echoing, not a lot of audible distraction, so that there can be concentration. And Garen, enters the chamber and follows his attendant over to the side of this part, and you've got a basic, through the scanners, you've kind of put together a basic sort of idea of the space of the building, and you don't really have specifics on any life sign positions or anything of that nature, but you have an idea of sort of the layout of the structure, and it's a fairly large open space, and you're aware that the where Garen has moved is in the very rear center of the building, and so you kind of gathered that this is where the council really meets and to discuss matters. Oh, excuse me. I'm trying to think. Is there anything that either of you at this point want to interject, take any action, anything of that nature?
Me?
Okay.
I just think I would, at that point, I would say, like, comms check. Garen, Ator, can you hear? Can you hear us?
Garen would sort of adjust the volume on the comm just so it wouldn't be loud, and then he would sort of step to the side and sort of turn a little bit toward the wall, trying to be as polite as possible, and he would speak into the comm and say, check, I read you.
Trying to be as conspicuous as possible.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's...
Well,
At that point, I would
yeah,
say,
I would just say,
all right. Oh, go ahead.
check.
Go ahead. If you guys have any problems in there, you let us know.
And Garen replies and says, "I will." Ator, are you all set?
I'm ready if you need me.
And Garen says, "Copy," and then he returns the comm to his belt, but leaves the channel open again so that everything can be overheard. Um, and of course, we are all using the what's it called? The 3-mal.
Encrypted communication.
Yeah, the 3-mal secure comm link. Yeah, with encrypted communication. So, um, it's a signal that would not really be um, picked up unless it was being looked for, especially considering the shortness of the range. And so, and it's of course a strong, dedicated signal as well. So thankfully, there's not really any interference even from the structure. And so, as the
And while this is going on, Ator is going to try to sense any living beings within. Where is she exactly?
Okay, so essentially, kind of where I've got the ship is kind of. I mean, it'd be a little further south, I guess you could say, but there's a pad here, and it's probably like 30 meters or so, if that, from the front entrance. And there's like a pathway essentially that leads to a main area.
Alright, well, while this is going on, since she's in a state of alert right now, she's going to try to constantly sense all living beings around her.
Okay. All right. So. Okay, so you're gonna roll
and check for any.
Nice. Very nice. God, that
doesn't hurt having 3 force die.
I know, freaking force rating 3. God, I can't wait to get to that point. It's gonna be a while before I can get Garen to that point, but it's just awesome. All right. Okay, so.
I remember this is her strength.
yeah, I know. Yeah. What's the range that you have again?
It's supposed to be like strong with the force.
Right.
That's where she put all her experience points into.
Right. Yeah. It's a very strong natural connection to the force.
Yeah.
But what is it? Medium range? Is that as far as you can reach?
Yeah, it's medium range right now. She can't get any better than that.
Okay. Yet. And medium range is like what? Like shouting? Is it shouting distance? I think that's what it is, right? Like.
Hard to say, I guess.
Because I know it's kind of vague, but it's need a cheat sheet.
But basically, she's just trying to get a beat on like those any living beings around them if they're trying to approach the ship, or if there's a large group that's trying to approach the place that Karen went into.
Right. And stretches out with her feelings and feels the energy of the force, flowing through her and around her. And she stretches out to connect with any signs, any forms of life, of sentient nature at least. Well, I guess sentient and non-sentient, of course, but sort of filtering through any of the smaller life forms. She's picking up the security guards that she can, she was already aware of near the landing pad, and she senses a security guard that's sort of walking the perimeter of the building and sort of coming up along the edge of the building here, and she senses 4 security guards out in the front of the building, and she's also sensing some movement within the building, but basically people that are she's sensing life forms, but no hostile intentions at this point. Everyone is sort of going about what they're there to do, and the security personnel are on alert, but
She's not sensing emotion. She's just sensing any sentient or non-sentient beings around.
Okay. So, well, that's
So she's not trying to gauge if there's anybody with hostile intent. She's just trying to engage if there's any suspicious movement.
gotcha.
Like a large group of people coming up to the ship,
Right.
or a large group of people going into the building, or any individuals that seem to be sneaking anywhere.
Gotcha. Well, from
Basically that.
the movement that you can sense, you're not sensing any movement of the nature that you're sort of just deliberately seeking out. Essentially, you're just
All right.
um, you've got a general awareness of what I've just described as far as reading how the bodies are moving. So,
Okay. All right.
okay, all right, and so with everything sort of settled within the council chambers, each of the parators that have gathered there from each of the territories, sort of you can hear through the comms the sort of general murmur and stuff. And each of the parators sort of has an attendant with them. You wouldn't be able to discern exactly how many personnel exactly were in there, but you could tell that it was a group. And like I said, the sort of general conversation and murmur before the meeting dies down, and the parators take their places at the table. Now, this is as what I'm describing to you guys now is going to be player knowledge, not character knowledge. So keep that in mind. Kind of setting the scene for you to picture in your minds as a sort of viewer of what's going to take place. And one sec, I want to make use of something that I've had in here for a minute. Shoot, where is it? Okay, I gotta look at here. Okay. Alright. And
I got ribbon bottom here.
yeah. It's like I said, this went through the thing of setting this up, so I want to make use of it, Add a nice little bit of ambience to it.
Gotcha.
Hang on, I gotta find the right thing here.
It's funny. A minute ago, I was looking up different background sounds and stuff, and found a like a party background, which just had people talking. You really couldn't hear like glasses or really laughter, and I was actually listening to it while you guys were talking.
Oh yeah. Okay, here we go.
Theater of the audio ear. Theater of the ear.
Theater of the ear. Okay. Oh no! Wait, what did it do? That's not what it is. That's way the wrong thing. Why did it do that?
Why is it copyright law?
Well, this
Don't
is
play that theme song.
this is gonna get into copyright issues anyway. That's why I don't give a crap if it's monetized. But I mean, granted,
That's so funny.
I don't want the videos to be banned or anything. So if I run into those problems, I'll deal with that as it comes.
There's some robot that was just like. Oh wait. Disney's been notified of this stream.
Alright, what is it? Let's see, skip to clear. Okay. Gotta review the commands. Clear. Here we go. Okay, now play that. Why did that? See, that's not. Okay, hang on. Why is it doing... Okay, let me see. Share. Copy. Let's try doing it that way. There we go. And... oh,
Dun 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 dun.
not again!
That was so fun. It was so loud in my channel too. It just blared in my headphones.
You might need to adjust the volume of that, of the bot too.
Oh, it's way down now.
Okay.
But it was it scared the bejesus out of me.
Okay. Why is it okay,
Going again.
Skip. There we go. Okay. Now that we got all of that nonsense straightened out. You guys better appreciate this ambient music. This is a pain in the ass.
Theater of the ear.
All right, so, as the council members sort of take their seats, one of the parators from a territory, a voice that you're not familiar with, speaks up and says, as acting council primus, it is my privilege to assemble the Council of Allied Territories once again. And I would like to extend my gratitude to each parator that is here in attendance. I would like to remind each of you that we are here to act as a unified body in the interest of the protection of Adamar. As we open debate as to how to best respond to recent events, please keep in mind not only the interest of your own territory, but to be thoughtful of the needs of others. The matters that we are here to discuss today are those of planetary security in light of the action taken by the First Order. Now, as we have become aware through our intelligence gathering, the newly formed Republic has been destroyed by the First Order. And the First Order is indeed moving through the galaxy in an aggressive nature. However, Adamar has stood as an independent body from the governments of the galaxy at large, and we have stood strong for centuries. At this point, it is my duty to allow any parator who has a mind for a course of action to step forward and present their idea for consideration. The acting council primus bows and resumes his seat, and there's a brief pause as sort of each of the council members waits politely and considers whether or not they should step forward and bring anything to consideration. Um, and it is at this point that after a polite amount of time has passed to allow opportunities for others, Parator Yorn stands from his seat and steps forward to takes basically stands from his seat at the edge of the table, signifying his intent to declare a course of action. He waits briefly and looks around the table just to see if there might be any sort of objection or anyone else that would stand and speak at this time. It's all sort of form that's been a part of how the assembly conducts itself. And then, without any interruption or objection on anyone else's part, Parator Yorn begins to speak. He says, "My fellow Parators, my friends, as I would hope that you would consider me, at the very least, my allies. Adamar has indeed stood as an independent world for centuries. We have stood against the tides of empire and separatist government and empire again. And we have always maintained a strong independence. But now we have a new threat, one that seems to have achieved more than any threat before. In light of their ability to destroy an entire system, as radical as this might seem, I believe it is time for Adamar to take a more proactive stance when engaging a threat from the outside. By no means am I suggesting that Adamar become a part of a larger body, but I do believe that we cannot simply remain here and watchful until this First Order has an opportunity to overwhelm us. And at this suggestion, you can, through the background of the comms, essentially, you can hear some murmuring and basically like you can tell that it's an idea that has definitely stirred up some attention and definitely not getting some outright approval. And it's kind of an unexpected and bold move on Parator Yorn's part, but it is the suggestion that he's bringing forth before the council. And at this time, as he kind of is standing there, letting his point stand, Parator, you can overhear in the comms, and of course through theater of the mind for the players, you would see Parator Fendrel stand, and in these proceedings, standing at the point of the presentation of another Parator is essentially a nonverbal way of expressing that you are about to present a counterpoint, essentially. So Parator Fendrel, she stands, and she doesn't stand quickly or aggressively. She simply rises, really with a sense of grace and poise. all part of presenting herself as she wants to be seen. And so she rises to stand at her position at the assembly table, and folds her hands in front of her, and make sure that her posture is tall, straight. Her chin is up. And she says, "Members of this council, first, thank you for hearing the voice of Parator Yorn and his suggestion, and thank you for allowing me to speak as well. While I admire Parator Yorn's intention to defend Adamar, it is with my greatest respect that I must disagree with the course of action he wishes to take. As he stated, Adamar has stood strong and independent from each of the previous galactic governing bodies and the conflicts which they have caused by disputing one another, and those disputes erupting into violence and chaos that Adamar has been able to maintain a shield against. And we've done so time and time again through the centuries, without needing to extend our hand into matters that we have intentionally separated ourselves from. Alright, at this point, let me think of how I want to let this roll, basically, how I want this to proceed. So, I want, X, I want you to do a computers check.
Okay.
And you're going to add, you're going to add a boost die.
Okay, here we go. Let me double check this real quick. I want to see what I had. I don't use computers that much on this, so. Okay.
Okay. And it's going to be a
boost die.
It's going to be a, man, what's the name of it? An average.
Setback.
It's going to be an average check. No, you're adding a boost die.
Okay, add a boost die, and then it's an average check of
average
one
check.
difficulty.
It's average is 2 difficulty.
Two difficulty. Okay, so I have my computers, 1 boost, and 2 difficulty. All right.
And actually, go ahead and add another boost, just because you've really got your. It's really what you're focused on doing right now. So what this is you are, this is you monitoring the scanners and having sort of the scanners attuned and adjusted. So go ahead and roll.
All right, here we go.
Ooh, very nice, very nice. Okay, so as you are hearing this debate really start to kind of, the first point and counterpoint presented in the council assembly meeting, your sensors pick up a speeder approaching the exterior wall of the council assembly center's grounds. And as the speeder comes to a halt at the exterior of the wall, your scanners pick up a group of 4 life forms. And based on the fact that not only you succeeded but 2 advantages, you are also reading that these individuals are armed. And they are moving out of the speeder, moving toward the wall, the exterior wall of the council assembly center, and not moving toward, around the front of the wall or anything like that, moving directly toward the wall of the grounds. And Ator, as your senses are sort of extended. The wall is close enough that as these individuals approach the wall, you as you have your senses and your focus in the Force, tuned toward reading life forms and their movements. You do sense these individuals, and you sense the four of them. Again, moving toward the wall.
Okay, right as she senses that, she goes on her comm and says, "I sense suspicious movement outside the building."
I would X would confirm that. Confirm that, Garen. There's 4 life forms there, armed, and they're moving toward the exterior wall of the council center.
Garen sort of turns and sort of moves to the side of the council meetings. Of course, he's got the volume adjusted fairly low on his comms, but he's got it adjusted to where he can hear it well enough. And as he steps to the side of the council chambers, he's trying to stay as quiet as he can so as not to interrupt the proceedings, and he's also trying to make sure and keep one ear on things. But he says, "You said they're armed?"
That's affirmative.
And he sort of considers things.
Ator, wait, actually, really quick, I want to know exactly what it's like. If she gets off the ship, what is she going to be greeted by?
Okay, so at this point, so the guard that was sort of patrolling around the building, he's making his rounds. He is at the this corner of the building at this point. As far as what you can sense, of course, you sense the presence is inside the building, and you still only sense the 2 sort of security guards at the edge of the landing pad near the sort of the starting point of the walkway leading up to the front of the council assembly.
Okay,
but
so
as far as
she's
what you
going-
sense, you don't sense anything else between the ship and the wall where the individuals are moving toward.
What wall is it? What area is it at?
So it's as you're looking at this, it's to the east.
Oh, okay.
So
it's coming from
Alright,
behind
so
the yard.
she's heading towards the door then.
okay, hold up.
So she's getting ready.
A reminder of the layout
sorry.
that you would be aware of on the Ardent is there is a rear hatch. So it's actually like it's a rear hatch with a ramp. Like here, hold on, let me post it in the general chat here.
As our heroes discuss what's going on.
Where is the one that lays? Oh yeah, here you go. So sort of as you can see, there's this is the stern of the ship.
As a precaution, she's taken off her other weapons there, left them on the ship.
Okay, so no.
She's got these, and she's got this.
Yeah, she's got Garen's saber as well. Okay. All right, so Ator is already kind of on the move. Is she going to sort of communicate that she is moving to?
No, she's not. She didn't even open the hatch yet.
Oh, okay.
Um,
All right.
She's she's just over at the door, ready to get off, and she's just waiting to sense the movement.
Okay. Well, again,
Actually, yeah, the door's not open, right?
no, after Garen left and stepped off the ship, he closed the loading ramp. But again, just as a reminder, and it's up to you. This is information or knowledge Ator would have is she doesn't have to go out the front of the Ardent onto the landing pad where the security guards are closest. There is a rear hatch with a set of steps and stuff. She can go out.
So she is aware of that.
Yeah, no, it's knowledge.
Alright, 'cause
She's
not
aware of
familiar
it.
with the ship, really, as far as I'm aware.
Well, no, you would be. Ator spent enough time on the ship, especially this back area where she always goes to meditate. That hatch is there. It's obvious. So it's something
cool.
she would be aware of. So it isn't a way that she could go if that's what what she would do considering the layout and the situation.
All right. So that she's inconspicuous. She removes the other weapons but keeps the lightsaber.
Okay. All right. So then I'm assuming she's got the lightsabers kind of at her hips, but kind of they're under her cloak essentially, just in case somebody comes along. Is that what you're kind of going for? Like, you don't want to be, if you happen to be spotted or anything like that, you don't want to like have a blaster visible or something like that, basically.
Exactly.
Gotcha. Okay. You're still trying to, even though you're making a semi-overt movement that you know they're not going to like, you still don't want to present yourself as a threat, essentially.
Can you put some figures on the board for them?
Yeah. Hang on
So
one
that
sec.
I can get more of a visual of exactly where they. So I
Right.
can give you a visual of where she is.
Sure. One sec. Let me see. If I can
She's
find-
basically just gonna sneak up behind them and follow them. If,
Gotcha.
now that she knows that they're armed.
Okay. Hang on one sec. I want to do something here.
Oh, and she does not have her lightsabers out, so. Oh yeah, I don't have that picture.
What picture?
I don't have a picture of her with no weapons.
Yeah, I've got that's on my to-do list. I will.
That's fine. That's fine.
I will
Just
get it.
pretend she does not have her lightsabers out yet.
Yeah, yeah, that's agreed. Or where? Sorry, I'm just trying to find something that I can use. See if I can find something fairly quickly that sort of looks similar to what they would look like. Alright, here we go. And,
Sorry, terrible timing on my part, but I have to go with that.
no, that's okay. Actually, go ahead. Because this gives me an opportunity to throw this together real fast. So,
AFK.
okay.
I'm back. I'm just gonna be snacking on crackers. So feel free to begin and ask me any questions. I'll answer them.
Okay. I'm just getting some stuff in place here. I think Kaysen's still AFK.
Oh, okay.
All right. So you haven't really seen any of the 3D pieces for this yet, have you? I mean, aside from what's over on the
No, I really haven't.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
If I wish I was good with computer modeling or at least invested more into it and stuff. Ideally I'd have really cool little 3D figurines for our characters and all that kind of stuff. But I do what I can. That won't take forever to put together.
Yeah, it don't need to be perfect.
This is really sort of last minute, like just
Theater of the year works for me.
yeah. Theater of the year. Going slightly overboard. That's okay. I mean, not overboard for putting the wall together, but just trying to add a little more visual to it, essentially.
Okay, sorry, I'm back.
It's all right. Welcome back.
Welcome into Wall City.
And so Ator steps out of the bathroom, senses life forms around her again, and finds that everybody's dead. They killed everyone, all because she had to go to the bathroom at the most inopportune.
Campaign over.
It's all Ator's fault.
Well, she's not that important.
Oh shit. Easy now, easy.
Hey, she is most important to some. Okay.
Well, to a singular thought.
Okay.
Hey, she's most important to those children she saved. Okay. I'm gonna say shit.
Yeah, she does. She does have some admirers there for sure. Fishy, fishy. All right. Got everything.
How dare you impugn the integrity of the fictional characters?
All right. Now I gotta quickly throw together visual representation of things. So,
Wow, I'm just immersed.
So
that changed everything.
So now you got these. Can you see the characters over here, as you requested?
Oh, so this is the wall. Okay.
Yeah, it's the wall. Since I didn't have a wall drawn on the map and all that kind of stuff, this is.
It looked like chairs to me at first. Okay.
Yeah, I could understand
Oh, wow. Okay, so they're out there. I thought they were like out here.
it. No. They're outside the perimeter wall.
Gotcha.
The speeder. I mean, I don't know. You wouldn't, since you're focused more on sensing living beings. The speeder would be, you would kind of.
It's beings, so sentient and non-sentient beings. Though I don't think I'd notice a speeder.
No, you wouldn't necessarily sense the speeder, so to speak. But anyways, either way, you'd sense these beings as they came into your
No,
sort
it has
of.
to be a living thing.
Right.
Doesn't matter if it's sentient or not, but it has to be a living thing.
So you sense these individuals as they come into your range of awareness, and
Okay.
again you can sense them moving toward your awareness sort of the positioning of the wall and all that kind of stuff. So and then as all of that's taking place, since your scanners picked all of that up and and sort of are sort of there, the scanners sort of beep an indication of another reading essentially, and so you and this is Exodus as he's monitoring the scanners, the flare, and as you are sort of watching this other group over here, the scanners pick up another speeder moving up to the wall on the opposite side of the council assembly center as well. And as the speeder moves up toward the wall, again the scanners pick up another group of 4 individuals, also armed, moving into position at the other perimeter wall.
On the exact opposite on my side.
Yes, on your side.
Okay.
Okay.
At this point, X would radio to Garen. Garen, we have 4 more life signs on the opposite side of the building, in the same position, all armed, all taking weird positions outside of the facility wall.
Garen would sort of consider everything and consider the information he's being given, and then would respond. Are you in a position to intercept?
I can get this side of the facility quickly, but if you and Ator are inside the building, I can't get to the other side that quickly.
So as there now, of course, Ator is hearing all of this over the comms. So, is there any?
And of course, me and Spondos don't know she'll go with you.
Right. Yeah. Is Ator going to speak up? Or...
She's kind of in sneak mode kind of thought right now, so.
Okay. So Garen, being aware of Ator's, position on that side, would then, he would speak up to get Ator's attention and ask if Ator would be able to.
Oh, one of the walls moved. Oh no.
If Ator...
Oh, their entrance opened up.
Oh no, they're coming in. Oh god. A big orange hand out of the sky.
Don't make me.
Oh, the wall broke.
Don't make me lock the walls. Don't make me do it.
I put it back. Calm down.
The Titans broke through.
Ah! Oh, this
So
suddenly
did the Vikings.
suddenly became a very different universe.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so Karen would, again, he would, at that point with X's, basically saying he could get the one side, not the other. Oh my god. Playing with children, gaming with children.
He's doing it, okay?
What are you talking about? I didn't do anything. You saw nothing.
So Garen would, radio over the comms. Ator, can you, are you able to intercept the party or the, intercept the individuals on the other side?
He says, I'm trying to track them right now.
Garen says,
If they make their way to the entrance of the building, I'll stop them before they...
Garen replies, again, he's maintaining, quietness, through all of this. He says, all right, Exodus, move into position to intercept the other team. Ator, remain vigilant.
Will do.
So, all right, now, I want you to describe how you're going to approach with the ship, and sort of we'll go from there.
Okay.
You just start shooting the walls down.
Pew pew pew.
Pew, pew, pew.
Everybody's dead. We're all fine.
Do.
Shoot him, Spondos. He jumps on the turret gun and he goes, yeah!
He's like, we got a tractor beam on this ship now, so we're just gonna pull up all those enemies. Tractor beam.
So what we would do is I would have Spondos get on the turret gun, and I would keep my radar open to see if anything else is trying to come in or flank us. As we lift off, our ship will take off from the parking deck, and we will move around a rear flanking position. And as we come off the parking structure, which would be over here, as we come off, we're going to slowly turn out, come in behind these gentle creatures with large weapons, and we would be within a very close proximity of their position to see what they are going to do. I don't necessarily want to engage them because they may be a part of a security detail checking the perimeter. I haven't seen any violent actions yet, just vicious behavior.
Okay, so are you trying to maintain a position, like, are you trying to maintain a low profile? Are you trying to, like, basically
Yes.
be as stealthy as possible with the ship?
Yes.
Okay, so that being said, what actions would you take as far as the operation of the ship in order to achieve that?
I'm not sure. I guess I would keep the ship as low as I could. Try to keep it behind cover.
Okay.
Try to keep it behind things, objects, trees, whatever I could, and then set down somewhere nearby.
Human shields.
Human shields.
Set down somewhere nearby so I could have a decent vantage point.
Okay. So yeah, I'm assuming. So you would have like the landing lights off and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, would you like me to roll on stealth?
Go ahead and not stealth, because this is going to come down to a piloting check, actually. So,
Planetary.
actually, for that, you're going to do space. Because I know technically you're within the planet, and
It's
granted,
the same thing.
it's the same thing, it's fine. But, you know, it's a matter of this is operating a ship, you know, rather. And
Regular difficulty or hard or...
you're going to make it. You're going to make it a hard difficulty because of what you're describing, you know, as far as trying to keep the thing not grab attention but get close. It's not going to be easy. So,
Okay.
all right. Go ahead and
Alright.
roll your check and we're going to see how this plays out. Excellent.
Sweet.
Well done. So, as you are, you know, sort of as you lift off from the pad, you keep a very low altitude, and you know you're using basically the minimal thruster power, just enough to kind of keep you in the air and make the movements that you're trying to, and sort of drift the ship down, you know, over some of the lower structures that are there, you know, and really, you know, you're really sort of in the moment, feeling the controls, you know, got a good awareness of your proximity scanners and everything, and managed to move into a position that you are probably a good, or probably, we'll say, especially based on your two advantages, you managed to set down about 30 meters or so away from their position, and because of because you know, again, we're trying to maintain, or you were able to maintain, you know, such a minimal sort of power approach and stuff. They are focused on what they're doing and aren't aware of your position, and you can now, Spondos can see them from from his position in the turret. You can see them through the glass of your cockpit. And they are moving toward the wall, and you see them reach for their belts, their gear, and essentially they take something off their belt, and you see them sort of extend their arms upward, and you see lines shoot up from what they've got in their hands and connect to the top of the wall. And,
Ascension guns.
yep, exactly. So,
Garen, do you have copy?
Garen, he's kind of been trying to keep one ear on the debate as it's sort of continuing, and of course this is all happening fairly rapid succession. So, but he's you know, still kind of trying to stay off to the side. His attendant is, you know, very unhappy with his participation thus far, but you know, Garen is also aware of a situation brewing. So Garen responds, "Yeah, I copy. What's up?"
Garen, the 4 life forms on the west side of the building have ascension guns, and they're scaling the wall. I don't think they belong, or they would have came in the front. We have an issue here. Ator, what's going on in the east?
So can she sense them scaling the walls on this side at the same time?
Yes, as you're sort of feeling their presences and their motion through the forest, you can tell that they're starting to sort of make a vertical movement.
Okay, so Athor says, I sense they're doing the same on this side. Wait, no, did he say they're scaling the wall?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so yeah, then that's what she said.
Okay, so Garen says, "Move to intercept, but do it quietly. I'm worried about creating I'm worried about drawing attention to ourselves and creating questions.
She'll say to Garen, "Can you get permission from the consular for us to use our weapons or something like that?" What is he called again? He's not consular, is
He's
he?
the Parator. You talking about Vanis Yorn?
Parator. Yeah.
Yeah, the Parator.
She says, can you get us permission from the Parator?"
And so Garen would kind of hesitate, and then he would sort of sigh or exhale, sort of in a minor frustration, but basically, see no other choice. And he would hear over the comms sort of a rustling of Garen's robes as he moves, and as he moves toward the Parator, Parator Yorn, you can hear the attendant sort of objectionably say, "Sir," and Garen just sort of move forward and sort of touch Parator Yorn on the shoulder, who kind of turns and looks at him with sort of an alarmed expression and some evident frustration as well. And then you would overhear over the comms Garen sort of talking to the Parator quietly, and he'd say, "My people outside have become aware of an incursion into the center, over the center's walls. There are people, or there are unknown individuals scaling the walls as I'm speaking to you now. My people are in position to intercept them before they become an issue." In the Parator, there would be a pause for a moment, and he would sort of, there would be a pause as he considered things, and he would say, "Proceed." And as he, gives Garen, tells Garen to proceed, Garen would, turn and over the comms say, "Intercept." And as he gives that command, you can hear Parator Yorn sort of speak up, somewhat interrupting Parator Fendrel in one of her talking points, and announce to the council, "I have just been made aware of individuals trying to, individuals making an incursion onto Assembly Center grounds. There are, I have allies that are about to stop their, that are about to intercept them." And of course, then you hear, a lot of louder murmur, essentially, and an objection to, basically alarm of what's happening, and then as you guys are sort of getting into position, you see a lot more sort of light start to, or you see the area starting to become a lot more lit as exterior lights on the center start to come on to, enable greater visual awareness of the grounds. And as Ator is stretching out with her feelings, she's starting to sense security personnel sort of repositioning and getting into defensive positions and such, but none of them, they're all more focused on closing into the building and taking up defensive positions there, not really being not really having the situational awareness that of where these unknown personnel are moving in.
At that time, when you say intercept, we would, because they're scaling the wall, me and Spondoz would fly over to the wall interior to a place to land somewhere in interception space, somewhere over here, and set down.
All right. So as you maneuver in to as you maneuver in and set down inside the grounds, you're hearing security alarms starting to go off within your ship as your ship is starting to be tracked by what the readings say are targeting sensors.
Okay.
So essentially, you're becoming aware that you've moved into an area that you've now become a target essentially.
Okay. I would communicate that to Garen. I would say, Garen, we flew over the wall and land here to intercept. Now I'm being targeted by some kind of automated system. Tell them to look out for my ship. I'm on the west side of the building.
Garen would then turn and communicate that information to the Parator and the attendant, and the Parator would, sort of signal to security. They relay the information to security, and security is the delay in this sort of relay of information. You're starting to see security forces already move up and into position with blasters bared at the flare. The targeting signal beeps louder and louder, essentially, at closer and closer intervals until finally, what do you call it? You sort of hear the alarm silence, and the security personnel, or not silence, but sort of reduce an interval, essentially saying that, giving you an indicator that you're still essentially on the scopes, but there's not an active lock-on signal that the scanners are picking up at this point. But the security personnel are still or the majority of them have kind of repositioned over to this side and are focusing on your ship, because you're the only thing that they're aware of, and they're still suspicious of all of this, given everything that's happening.
Okay, so now I'm seeing soldiers from the security details coming up.
Yeah, essentially they haven't come up to the ship, but they are in defensive positions here, and you can tell they are alert and kind of focused on you at this point.
All right. At that point, I would proceed to exit my ship and to wave to them and say, I'm with Praetor, whatever his flippin' name is. I can't think of his name now.
Parator Yorn.
Parator. Let's say I'm with Parator Yorn, and the 4 intruders are this way. Now, by that time, haven't they have scaled the wall?
Yeah, they have.
Shouldn't
So
they be
at
on the
that
other
point,
side?
so now, as all of this has occurred, actually they have managed to ascend and are at the top of the wall and sort of re-anchoring their grappling lines, and sort of reconfiguring their grappling equipment essentially to descend. So they're starting to descend the wall as you've made this movement, and they're doing it as you sort of flew over the wall. Of course, at this point you've abandoned trying to remain stealthy. They all are starting to make a quick movement to get over the wall and try to get into a position of sort of safe. Oops, I had it picked up when you went to pick up the ship. There, now try it again.
I was just trying to pick him up and have him come down and leave Spondas on the ship right there.
Gotcha.
And come down, and this is where I would walk down the ramp and then signal to them that they are up there. I'm with the really cool, nice guy, and then this is where they are. Ator, do you have eyes on you?
You cut out. What was that?
I would say, Ator, do you have eyes on the east wall?
She says they just ascended the wall.
All right. Now, as Exodus is, sort of relaying the information, the security guards are still sort of keeping one eye on him, but they are, turning their attention toward it, sort of toward that portion of the building. But they are not moving to that corner because they're still trying to maintain a defensive position, not only of the entrance, but still not completely trusting of you at this point yet. Okay, and now, oops, dang it.
The wall.
So now these four individuals, have finished quickly descending the wall and moving in toward the exterior wall of the center there. And this, by the way, these are like pillars essentially, so it's part of the architecture. And it's sort of a coordinated movement. So, however, these individuals over here have descended more slowly, and have touched down and are sort of moving carefully.
Now I have a question. Are we looking at an entire facility that is open and these are pillars and this is all open walls, or is this a building here and these are just the structural pillars of the building and these lines here are walls?
These are walls, yes. So
Okay.
So this out here, this is exterior of the building, the sort of yard, it's the exterior yard essentially, and then yeah, these are solid walls.
Okay.
Dadgummit. Why is it? It's not wanting me to pick up the individual pawns. It's giving me trouble. Ah!
Don't touch me.
Alright. Technical difficulties! Are you back now? What? What's up?
Who are you talking to?
You.
Me?
Yeah.
I've been back. What do you mean?
Well, I wasn't sure. You said like the last point I was describing these guys' movements. I wasn't sure if you were gonna have any response to that or what. So.
Oh no. She's waiting for them to go by so she can sneak up behind them and follow them.
Okay. All right. So.
She wants to know what they're doing before she attacks, basically.
Okay. So. I'm trying to think of how to proceed with this. Okay. So, as
I guess sorry to give you like more of a clearer picture. She's scared right now, and but at the same time she's trying to make sure that they don't get in there to attack anybody.
Right.
So she's kind of stuck between like defending herself and defending basically Garen, but also the other potential ally too.
Gotcha. All right. So as
So if she can avoid, them like just running up to attack them head on, then she'll avoid that.
Gotcha. Okay. So
If I was on another character with bloodlust going on, then yeah, he'd fucking just rush up and try to slaughter all of them. Right.
all right. So as all of this is going on, you having sort of at your position trying to communicate to them, you're not looking at the scanners of the ship at this point, so you see they kind of move out of view against the wall of the building. And on Ator's side of things, as things are progressing, she's sensing these individuals here sort of moving along at a somewhat quick pace, but again, sort of not an outright sprint, essentially, and they're sort of moving along the exterior wall toward the
Oh, they're
rear.
moving away from the entrance.
They're moving, yep, along the exterior wall and sort of around the side and the back of the facility.
Okay, so then she goes out and she's following them,
Okay.
sensing them the whole time.
Okay.
So she's trying to like stay basically in medium range of them,
Mm-hmm.
but just in medium range of them.
Okay. All right. So,
How far now? Because by this time we were running. Have I come around the corner of the building yet?
okay. So
Am I right on the crest?
you were making movement that direction. Is that what you're
I
doing?
left Spondas on the ship.
Oh,
Right.
wait, hold on a second.
Go ahead.
So she got a look at them, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you had the rear hatch open and you were watching, you would have seen them sort of ascend the wall on this side. So you would have seen you would have seen that they were armed individuals and
Yeah, because I wanted to wait until my character saw them before I asked this, but how are they dressed? Do they look like the ones who attacked us before? Are they dressed the same way?
Okay.
Or different?
all right. So, I want you to do a hard perception check.
Hard perception check. Okay, let me see here. Ah, wait. Does Kenai do anything? There's no setback die, so it doesn't. Does that mean that it does nothing?
Hmm. You can. All right, we'll do it this way. If you don't have an objection, you can add a boost die to perception checks in that instance.
Sure.
And that way, at least we'll roll with that for this check, and we'll just kind of see how it plays out as it goes. Since I'm having you do a hard check, we'll do it that way.
All right.
So you want
Is that perception?
yeah, you got to clear the die though. There's still die out here. Yep. So hard perception
There
check.
you go. For some reason, I was like,
Wow, you really wanted to mix that up. One success, 4 threats.
All 4 of them.
well, I mean, that's what happens when she's like trying to sense them through the force and trying to look at them at the same
Right.
time. So it's
So
very strained. It's a very stressful thing.
okay, so are we rewinding to the point that you're back at the hatch, or is this like as you started following them, basically? Like, how do you want to do this? Since you were saying that you wanted to wait until she could see them, if you had the rear hatch open while you were sensing and sort of paying attention, then you would have seen them at that point descending the wall and sort of come down. And so, do you want to say it happened at that point?
Seen them like as if she saw them if she saw them going down the wall and then moving in the other direction, she would have seen them before they went right out of sight.
Okay.
So she would have seen them from the hatch, but like as they were moving in that direction.
Okay. So, so since you passed the perception check, based on sort of looking at the style of their gear, based on sort of you have a recollection essentially of their gear resembles that of the New Republic. Or I should say, you wouldn't have familiarity with the New Republic, I guess, necessarily. Unless...
What about the Banana Republic?
Well, in Ator's background, would there have been any point at which she would have...
The Dominican Republic.
Noticeably, good God, noticeably or memorably had an interaction with members of the New Republic? I'm just asking this just for some detail, essentially.
I mean, she wouldn't be familiar with them really, so.
Okay, so but what she would be
mean,
familiar with, based off of that,
so-
is
Wait, so
I'm trying to think about. So they're not with the Imperial.
The First
What
Order?
the hell is it called? The First Order. It's not the First Order. It's something
No, you
different.
don't. Yeah, you don't see anything that resembles the First Order. But what you would see, and what I was kind of getting at would be more of a perspective of Ator. So what it would be familiar to her from is gear that she has seen while she's been with the Resistance.
Okay. So she see them as like First Order, but a little different. It would seem.
No. First Order looks nothing like the Resistance is like kind of what the new Rebels are. It's who you've been running with Garen.
Yeah, they
Wait, I'm
look like
sorry.
the
You're
movies.
saying they. I'm confused here. So they're dressed like who exactly?
Like the Resistance, the good guys.
Yeah,
They're dressed like the Resistance,
yes.
but not like what I've seen before.
Well, no, yeah, it's what you have seen before, but not like the people that attacked us for Geneth or for Parador Fendrel. That was your initial question: is if they looked like the people who had attacked us previously.
No, I was trying to. I wanted to know if they looked like that. Yeah, I guess I wasn't very clear. She was looking at them. She wanted to see them to see if they look like the same kind of, if they're dressed the same way as the guys who attacked them before.
No,
But you're saying that they look like Resistance. They don't look like that.
right? They do not look like the people that attacked us previously, but because you passed the perception check, then you notice that their gear, their garb looks very similar to what you've seen since you've been with the Resistance.
Okay. Sorry, for some reason I was thinking that you were saying they were some kind of faction of the First Order, but she wouldn't recognize.
No.
My bad. Okay, so then she'd say that over the radio, basically.
Okay, so she'd relay
You
that.
say these what would they call them?
These creatures.
These creatures are
These
very
life
strange beings.
forms. These beings.
She'd say she'd say these anim or the what shit. I'm trying to figure out. Hold on, let me get that maiden on the damn bed. He's bugging the. He's whining at me to get permission to get up on the bed. Damn dog.
He's being a good boy.
Spoiled mutt. Jeez. He's so adorable. And then he lays on the damn pill. Okay, so she'd say, these intruders look like they belong to the resist. She'd say that over the comms.
Karen would say
But she'd still be following behind them.
Karen would say the Resistance. They don't. There hasn't been any communication of an operation here. And this isn't something we would do.
Garen, do you have a copy? This is X.
Go ahead, X.
Can you jump on any resistance frequencies and see if you can communicate with them? I don't have a visual quite yet. I haven't rounded the building.
Garen would say, "All right, give me a moment, but keep your awareness and do not let them. Do not let them cause any harm."
Copy.
All right.
Bondas, get out of the ship and come join me.
And Spondas would say, "On my way." And so he'd come down and move in position with Hume. He'd kind of jog, and the security personnel would, kind of all sort of turn to bear on Spondas, as a,
oh my God, it's a fake!
unexpected. They were so focused on X that they weren't expecting another person to come out of the ship. So they're very, very high alert, very sort of hair trigger essentially. All right. So
I
as
yell to the men,
Spondogs get shot in the
this
back.
way.
Oh, so is the end of Spondog.
that'd be some shitty character write out, wouldn't it?
I know.
All right. So as all of this is occurring, Garen, like very flustered, but trying to just keep up with everything as it happens. He would, sort of adjust his comms and everything, and tune into the resistance frequency and radio through, and try and basically keep the communication lines sort of merge the communication frequencies of their particular team with of our team with where he's him communicating with the command carrier to maintain situational awareness and raise it and say Andor, this is Lieutenant Farstride with the Ardent crew. Do you copy? And it would take a minute for a response. Now, as he's trying to communicate, Ator is sort of following at medium range. The group is continuing to move, and they've kind of picked up their pace even a little bit more at this point. As
And she has her lightsabers out, but she's not.
doesn't have them ignited.
Yeah, it's not. They're not on yet.
Okay. All right, and as X makes his way around the corner of the building, he sees one of the individuals sort of at the edge of the pillar, and as the individual has seen X sort of come around the corner, he pulls the trigger on his blaster, and a blaster bolt flies your direction and zips by you, impacting the environment close to you.
I would yell Garen's frequency. We've been fired upon. We've been fired upon. Spondas, get your pistol out. Or get your blaster out. I would pull my lightsaber and we would pursue.
Okay. All right.
The lightsaber. Oh, it's fixed completely now.
Yeah, that happened last.
Yeah. I think you were there. You must not. You must have been paying attention to something else. I don't know, but yeah, Garen helped Exodus repair his training saber. So.
Cool.
Okay. So. Now, so you said X sort of ignites his saber.
No, not yet. It's drawn though.
Okay. He's got it
Saber's drawn. Bondaz's blaster is drawn, and we are in pursuit.
Okay, so you're moving toward him. Okay, so at this point for this.
Wait. Does actually, I want to know something. Does does Ator hear the? What exactly is she hearing?
At this point, because of the sort of distance and everything, and the sort of acoustics and everything, that first shot, Ator would not have heard.
But I called it over the comms.
Now, you did. You did. Yeah, that's true. You did call it that you've been fired upon.
So everybody on.
Ator would. I guess Ator would. Turn off. Would stop with her trying to sense them, and start moving up on them, and she'd get ready for battle.
Okay.
She'd get ready for a battle sense.
Okay, so as
so bam, committed die.
Okay. All right, so
she still didn't turn on her sabers though, but she's kind of moving a little faster to catch up with him.
Okay, so as you're sort of following them, they get to this part. You can see they're moving toward this part of the building here, and based on those 4 threat that you generated earlier while you were trying to perceive them, they are going to basically get a boost to their awareness of your to the initiative roll rather. So I'm going to increase this.
Wait, so they turned around and saw her?
Basically, yeah. When she was trying to peek out and pay attention to them, one of them caught sort of the motion of you sort of trying to, sort of peek around the corner and really kind of look at them essentially. And with that, they became more alert of being watched and followed. So this whole time as you've been sneaking around behind them, they haven't outright seen you yet because you've maintained enough stealth and distance in your approach. But now that you're closing the distance because of their alertness, then that's gonna, they're gonna be more alert when it comes to your approach.
All right. Well, if they see her, then I mean, if they turn around to face her, then the first thing she's gonna do is turn on her lightsabers and
Okay.
ask them, "Are you with the Resistance?"
Okay. So, as they turn and they see your lightsabers, you can tell that they're, very alarmed. Not only having been alarmed by your approach, but then seeing the lightsabers ignited, and essentially, at you asking the question, they sort of stop and consider their actions for a moment, and then sort of non-verbally, really, you can see they all decide to raise weapons. And so now we're going to roll for initiative. And actually, I need
All right, then I'll say I'll take that. Then I'll take that as a no. You are now my enemy.
Okay. All right, and trying to see, what did Spawn Dawes have? Let's see. It's, what is it? Is it vigilance when it's unexpected? Yeah, it's vigilance when it's unexpected, right? Okay, so Spawn Dawes would have a fairly low.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're moving. Yeah.
Well, Spawn does. I mean, it would be vigilant for the. I guess it. Well, I mean, they're expecting combat, so on both sides, I guess. I guess for mine though, I guess it would be vigilance for them and cool for me. Or is it? Wait, is it cool or discipline? Cool. Yeah. Because we're the only ones that seem to be unprepared are this group right here. So everybody else would be cool, and that they would be vigilance.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Oh wait, that's right. I was turning that up because they had their alert. Okay. All right, here we go. Oh wait, let's see. And it would be cool for Spawn Dawes. Let me just double check that. Okay, so it's the same anyway. All right. Here we go. Okay. So we have player slot, NPC, player, NPC. Based on the situation as it's unfolded, I think that it should be Ator and this group here first.
So is Ator fighting group with the 20
Actually,
next? R3, I
actually,
mean, or the 5?
The group with the 5.
Okay, so the one
Actually,
underneath
since
her.
they have the advantage here, then I think I mean, with what happened here, I should be not able to attack until they attack.
Okay, so then why don't we do it this way then? We'll drop. Yeah, okay, that'll still work out here. So we'll drop to the bottom of the order. on the
And
screen
why
as it
is
is.
Garen even in this check though?
Oh, sorry. Okay, so take that. Just take one.
Oh, is that Spondaz? Oh no, Spondaz is
No,
here.
just take that player slot out of it, because Garen isn't a part of
Okay.
the fight. So it'll be
So how about like one of you, either Spondaz or X, and then and then these NPCs attack me, and then I get to attack the NPCs, and then these NPCs get attacked.
okay. We can roll that
That's not
way.
good.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Because these guys seem to have an advantage, but I'm at a disadvantage because of what the actions that she took.
Okay, so how do you? So based on that, so now we're it's over to you, X, and Spawn does assisting you. So how do
Okay,
you
so
wanna
now
do it?
that all that has happened, how far have they made it around the corner? Because
Well,
I was fired upon around the pillar down here, and I came around and we pursued. So are they now stretched around this side of the building, or
so the thing is, you don't have any awareness, or all you can see is the one person, the one uh, assailant, I guess you could say, the one intruder,
okay?
at the corner here firing on you. So you don't see anyone else from your point of view or your perspective where you're at right now.
Okay, so we would have probably
Also,
made
tell
it.
them how close he is. Are they in medium range, short range, long?
Um, with how you are approaching, we'll say that you are at medium range at this point, where he opened fire at you.
Okay, medium range.
Okay. So how do you wanna proceed? So if you go, so remember, each player has one free maneuver, one free action. You can suffer 2 strain to add a second maneuver, or to add another maneuver, and it doesn't have to be in any specific order. You know, you can, you said that you already had your lightsaber drawn, so you don't have to worry about taking a maneuver to ready that, or your, I guess you would have quick draw anyway, but still.
Yeah,
So,
I'm going to. Since we're a good ways away, I would use my. Guess I would use my. I guess I'd use my blaster.
okay. So you're sort of, even though you've got your lightsaber drawn, then you would, like your instincts would, you would kind of like struggle basically, or sort of switch
Well,
judgment.
I guess at that point, if the. Actually, I would probably. If I had my lightsaber out, I would ignite it, and I would say, a fire spawn does. And because we're in a position where I'm kind of next to him at an angle where he can shoot around me slightly, and I'm going to be there to try to deflect any blaster bolts fired back at us if I need to.
Okay. Do you?
And I would say fire spawn does.
Oh, cool. You do have reflect. Okay. All right.
And you want to run spawn does for us?
Yeah, that's
Since
fine.
Garen's not active right now.
Yeah, since Garen's sort of inside, sort of, listening to the situation, he's still trying to raise the Andor on comms while all this is happening. Okay, and let's see.
Don't forget about your sensibility. It takes an action unless you have a thing that ignores that makes it a maneuver. But if you're not in range, one thing you can always do is to use your first attack as just turning on your sensibility.
Yeah, that's in your
combat
sense force power. That's the thing that lets you upgrade your rolls and everything.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I guess I'd turn that on until spawn does the fire.
Okay, so
Do I
all
need to
right.
dedicate a force die?
Yep.
Or
So yeah, you want to click the plus to commit.
Yeah.
There you go. There you go.
And that's your action, but you still have a maneuver that you can.
I don't know if you need or want to use a maneuver for anything at this point, but
No, I'm as long as spawn does get ready.
Yep. So Spondaz is going to use his initial maneuver to draw his blaster, and
Blaster's already drawn, buddy.
Oh, that's right. It is. Okay, so
Yeah.
never mind.
I
So
told him to draw his blast before
so-
he came out of the ship.
That's right. So he had his blaster at the ready. You're right. So he brings his
Aim.
blaster up to bear and aims, which is going to add a boost die. And he's going to do ranged heavy. And boost die. And it's at medium range. Medium range is average difficulty,
Two.
right? Or
Yeah.
yeah. Okay.
Yep. Average.
Okay. So
Unless wait, no, that's. I mean, if the guy's kind of hiding behind the wall there, then it's an obstacle too thing. But
yeah. So that'll actually that is going to
I
add a
think that's a
setback.
setback die
Yeah.
on that.
Yeah. That's what he's got going there. Okay. 1 sec. Let me get my sort of
Oh yeah,
counters.
Matt. Just a heads up in case we weren't clear on how the that sense uh, ability works there. Since you have the whole tree down there on the left side,
Yeah.
what it does is you upgrade the difficulty of uh, either you upgrade the difficulty twice of either one attack and then upgrade the ability twice of sorry. You upgrade the difficulty of incoming attacks and you upgrade the ability of outgoing attacks either once each, or you can upgrade the difficulty of incoming attacks twice, and that works every round basically.
Oh, okay.
So if you got two different attacks on you in the same round, then you can upgrade the difficulty of those of both. If there's a third attack on you, then you wouldn't upgrade that one. And then if you did upgrade the difficulty of the two attacks on you, you won't be able to upgrade your ability on an outgoing attack.
Oh, okay.
All right, so as Spawn does, sort of follows the lead of X, and he, takes a stance and raises his blaster, brings it to bear. He pulls the trigger, and it's a good, clean shot, catching the assailant in the sort of upper chest portion that's exposed. Just past the blaster, and he, spins out from behind the pillar and drops, and lays motionless on the ground.
Is he dead?
Yes.
Wow. Great, buddy.
And Spawn does kind of like, he kind of smirks and nods, kind of like a little bit cocky, basically. Happy with himself that he's managed to, that he's gotten to be such a competent marksman. All right.
I guess we would continue forward.
Yeah, so that's
and wait till the next star next.
Okay, so yeah, that would work. You could both use your maneuver basically to move up and
Oh, so that guy's down.
Yeah, that guy's done.
He's down.
Yep, he's done. All right, so that takes care of that exchange. So this would be their turn to fire on Ator.
On me.
Yep. All right, so
Attacking my character.
okay, so let's see. It would be an average difficulty. Is there about now you would have advanced, like you'd have kind of. You think you would be in short range? Because you were maintaining.
That's up to you. I guess I would be in short range now.
Because you said you moved up on them, like you had been maintaining your distance, but you moved up on them, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So there's that. They would be at. Actually, it'd be. I think that's how we would do it.
And then upgrade their difficulty twice.
Okay, so that would be 1 difficulty and 1 challenge. Okay. All right.
Actually, I want to use sense advantage on this actually.
Okay, and what does that do?
Once per session,
may add 2 setback die to 1 NPC's skill.
Excellent. Okay. Do you have anything that adds defensive or anything like that?
I have defense,
Okay.
so that adds another setback die to
So
them.
that's going to add 3 setback.
I have defensive on my saber, but defense and defensive are 2 different things. Defensive is only for melee.
Oh, okay.
It's just like reflect.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. All right. And they turn and they bring their blasters to bear and open fire.
Ha ha!
Dang. Triumph. That's rough.
Yeah.
All right. So I think with a triumph that would activate a that would be basically a critical on you, right?
I know it acts as a success. And then there's whatchamacallit. Like specific triumph things there.
Yeah, so let me look. Let me see what the triumph is here. Okay, triumph.
The success, and then it upgrades.
All right, so
these
yeah,
things
we're
here.
gonna do that. We're gonna upgrade the difficulty of your next check.
All right.
Okay. All
And
right.
it was a successful hit, so.
So that's gonna be 7 damage minus
Ooh.
whatever your soak is.
4 soak.
You don't have any like defensive sort of like you don't have reflect or anything, do you either to take anything
No, I
else?
don't have reflect. No.
Okay, so you take 3 wounds from that initial attack.
All right.
And you can describe it however you want to. Again, it doesn't have to be actually a direct hit. You know, it can even just be
Yeah,
like.
you go ahead and describe it. You're the one that has the NPC's attack.
Okay, so
Poor
as
defenseless little girl. Attacked by 4
poor
mean
defensive little
bad
girl
guys.
with 2 lightsabers. But at any rate, so
Getting a physically assaulted by 4 strong men.
jeez, it's extremely sexist.
2 likes.
So, so as Ator sort of drew their attention and sort of they were already on alert, sort of with the impression that someone had been following them was aware, or someone had been aware of them and were maintaining awareness of being followed, and then here comes this this being that ignites 2 lightsabers and then declares that they're her enemy. So they bring their blasters up to bear, and they all pull the trigger, releasing a barrage at Ator. So the blaster bolts they're flying at Ator, and Ator sort of instinctively, she kind of manages to sort of deflect one of them, not really intentionally, but just sort of with an arc of her saber, sort of her instincts kicking in. And the barrage all the bolts all narrowly miss her, but just the intensity of the initial attack sort of overwhelms her for a moment, and she feels sort of tension as basically this could have very easily been killed had any of those blasters sort of landed, or any of those blaster bolts sort of landed. So, all right. So that's their move. So that would be Ator next, really.
All right. So she's gonna go into engaged range with them.
So that's 1 maneuver.
Yep.
Actually, I'm gonna kind of move them sort of like this. So they're in kind of a formation, but and they're all again they were keeping a tight formation as a squad. So so you're close enough that we'll say they're all pretty well in engaged range with your movement.
That's fine. It would be more of an advantage to me if I was only engaged with one of them.
I mean, you can maneuver yourself into that position. Like, say you're at the end of sort of the formation if you want.
No, I'm talking about with my curved tilts.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, you can make your approach as such that, you know, you're like at one end of
Well,
their
it only
formation.
works
So
against single targets, though.
oh,
Dueling.
okay. I mean, they are counted as a minion group, but that's
Yeah.
sort of me being
So.
merciful in a way, because
Yeah.
even though they're minions, if you separate them, it can. Well, you saw what happened to me. Like, it can make a big difference.
Yeah. Well, even though she has Garen's lightsaber, she's not using that. She's just safekeeping that one.
Right, right.
So she's using her lightsabers. That includes the training lightsaber.
Right.
So she's going to attack the group with the lightsabers.
Okay.
And,
Upgrade one of them. Oh, two of them. That's right. For your. All right, and you're gonna be
Yep,
it's gonna be one red because it's, you know, you're an engaged with melee, so or no, it's average. Sorry.
no, it's average attack.
So it's gonna be
average difficulty.
one purple, one red, because it upgrades one of your the triumph that they got upgrades
That's right.
the difficulty.
That's right.
Okay.
Okay. And she's going to suffer 2 strain to get a boost. To wait. What is it? Offensive stance or something like? No.
You just go ahead with it. I mean, I don't know if we even have like a technical term. The closest thing would be aim, but just yeah, you can do that. Because it's not really any different. It's, you know, you're you know, sort of, you know, using the time and, you know, sort of situation to focus what you're about to do. Focus your intent, basically.
Okay, suffering 2 strain. Add a boost.
Okay.
All right.
That's a crazy dice pool.
Desperate times call for desperate measures.
What you got? All right.
Oh,
One success, two advantage. That's okay. That's all right. Okay.
That's it's all right. Yeah, all right.
Okay. So.
Okay, so she let's see here. So I'm gonna use those 2 success, or sorry, 2 advantage to make a critical.
A critical? Okay. All right. Yeah, because you got a critical rating of 2. Yeah. Look at that.
Yep.
All right. So that automatically dispatches.
Oh, wait a second. Hold on a second. I also have. Oh, never mind. Sorry. Yeah, I'll just go for that. Go with
Way
that
to have
now.
a magic crystal that kills every bad guy in a 1,000-foot radius.
I always forget I have this in my back pocket.
Yeah, but I don't use it.
I don't want to make the game end quickly.
All right. So, with activating the critical, I'm trying to think. Yeah, okay. So, with activating the critical, because of the sort of damage you would have done, you're actually able to eliminate 2 of them at once. Because you would have done enough raw damage with your success to kill one and sort of basically deplete the hit points on another. But
right.
since you're activating the critical, you know, you're, like I said, you're doing the raw damage plus, you know, whatever, plus the critical. So, how do you want to describe your action against these enemies?
Using the training saber as a diversionary tactic. She swings wildly with that as she swings with great precision with her main lightsaber, striking down 2 guys with 2 strokes.
Okay. Both with her non-training saber?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's kind of like you did like a flourish with your training saber and then followed through and okay. All right, cool.
Just scare him with the training saber and take him out with the main saber.
Okay. All right, so those two have fallen. Okay, and I think we're back around to the basically top of the order, right?
Yeah, enemies on this. Wait, did they shoot? Did they attack?
No. So they
Oh, that's
they
right. You killed the guy in there.
yeah, there
You
was
don't know
only
where they
one
are.
firing. So now you said you moved up to the pillar, right? With your last.
Yeah.
So as you move up to the pillar, you see that this group has, made it, all the way over there, basically.
Jeez, they're long range now.
So we pursue.
Okay. Now what you can do is you can dedicate. You can do this. You can exchange your attack for maneuver for each of these, for you and Spawn Dawes, basically, right? And that will
Okay.
allow you to close 2 range bands. So you would go from long range to short range of them, essentially. So it's like you going out now.
Wait, is that 2 range band?
Yeah, because it's each movement maneuver closes a range band.
Not with what is it, between long and extreme? Or is it
But they're not at extreme.
also
They're at
medium and long?
extreme
remember.
and long. I think is the only one that it takes 2 maneuvers.
It is? Okay.
I think.
I couldn't remember.
Let me. Oh, what is that? Oh yeah. Let me double check here. Oh no, it is 2 maneuvers between long and medium. Shoot.
Where does it say that? Oh,
Right-
there it
right
is.
here.
Yep. There it is.
Okay, so basically you could use your 2 maneuvers to get within medium range of that group. If you wanted to, you could suffer 2 strain for each Exodus and Spawn Dawes and close that to from medium to short.
I think we should do that. We need to stop these guys.
Okay.
So I'm gonna add strain to my guys.
Add 2 strain. All right,
Let's
I
see.
added the strain to Spawn Dawes.
Come on. Oh wait. What am I doing? That's it. Man.
I see
There.
Blame playing 7 Days to Die.
Yeah.
All right. Is our turn over now?
Yeah, that's gonna take your whole turn because that's gonna take everything you can do basically to kind of catch up to them.
And we're short range.
You're now in both of you are now in short range as you were in the basically same position and stuff. At this point, Garen is like becoming very concerned about what's happening outside, so he's going to like, he finally gets a hold of the Andor, and there's an exchange between him and the communications officer there. And if you guys, as you guys are kind of overhearing this while you're very focused on combat, but Garen basically confirms, and the comms officer relays the inquiry as to whether or not there were any any other resistance operations sent to Adamar, and after sort of a delay, comms officer relays back to Garen that there has not been any operation authorized aside from ours on Adamar. So Garen,
And she wouldn't have heard that anyways. Ator wouldn't have heard that over the blast shot.
Gotcha. So Garen would he would say, copy that, copy Andor. We are resolving the situation as we speak. And then he would sort of redirect his attention and reach out to X and Ator over the comms and ask situation report as he's he's started to move out because he's not happy with or he's concerned about his team and what's happening. Like, he's trusting in you guys, but he wants to be he wants to try and get out there just in case you guys need help. So he's moved out of the council chamber, the assembly chamber, and is moving out through the main hall. So like I said, he would call over the comms situation report, trying to get in, trying to make sure you guys were still alive and find out what's happening.
X would call out, one of the 4 from the west wall is down, pursuing the last 3, or pursuing the other 3.
Okay. would Ator respond
Nope,
or
she's in the
anything?
middle of battle. She
Gotcha.
wouldn't respond.
So and Garen would call
She'd
Ator.
focus on the enemy, sir.
Right. So he would call Ator, and keep in mind your comms are, I think you've got basically we've established an open channel, so you'd hear it, and you could reply, I think you could have like basically locked it to mic on if you wanted to, so you could call out, but if you're focused on battle, then Garen wouldn't get a response, which would only make him that much more alarmed. So, all right, so with that exchange, we're gonna do this here. Gonna move these guys up to here. And then these individuals would then turn, as you've like sprinted at them, they're gonna turn and open fire on you and spawn DAWs. And since X is, out front acting as sort of like the shield, basically, he's going to take the attack, essentially.
All right.
So, and you are at short range, so that's going to make it 1 difficulty. You don't have any gear that adds defense, do you?
Uh,
I don't think you do.
No, heavy clothes don't do that.
So you just got 1 soak.
Gives 1 soak though.
Right. Trying to see what else here.
But he's got sense on, so it upgrades their difficulty twice.
Okay, so then they would have
So instead of
red as well.
instead of easy, it's a little more than medium.
Alrighty, and here we go. Oof. Okay. So
Jeez.
their advantage is they're gonna add a boost die basically to their next check. And let's see, that would be 8 wounds. Now, do you have reflect?
He's got
do.
reflect.
Okay, so what you can do is you can suffer 3 strain to reduce the damage by 2, basically by 4. And so you'd have to suffer strain for that, but that's essentially using your lightsaber, to actively reflect the bolts and
I'd
defend
do it
yourself.
if I.
And remember, you can always recover strain using advantage too. So
3 strength.
okay, so suffer 3 strain. So that's going to reduce the damage by 4 plus your soak, so that's reducing the damage by 5. Let's see, they got 2 successes. That'd be 8. So you suffer 3 wounds.
Not bad.
Yeah. So as they turn and open fire, the barrages, the bolts are zipping past you, and Spawn Dawes and you sort of standing, acting as the Spawn Dawes as a defender. You manage to deflect a couple of shots that might have found their mark, and one of them sort of comes fairly close, and you feel you've gotten a minor burn.
Wait, did you say it's 8 base damage?
No, it's 8.
damage?
No, it's 8 damage after, like, basically based on their successes.
Oh, then that would only be 1 point of that would be 1, because the soak and the reflect add up to 7.
How many ranks in reflect does he have?
2.
Yeah, so that's
Yeah.
4.
So it's
No, it's
reduced damage by 2 plus ranks in reflect.
which
so
would be 4,
that's 4.
right?
Yeah.
His-
And then 3 soak.
Oh,
That
I
adds up
forgot
to
about.
7.
Oh, you're right. Okay, so you only cover. That's right. I was going just off the soak of his heavy clothes. I forgot about his base soak too. So yeah, you only suffer 1 wound. You only suffer 1 wound. So go ahead and.
Good job on your reflect, man.
Awesome.
All right.
Just 1 wound instead of 3.
Yep, just 1.
That's pretty awesome.
Yes.
So I was able to save Spawn Dawes as well as only get minorly injured.
Right. Which basically, that kind of thing you just chalk up to, sort of the strain of moving your muscles or a minor burn, or because that's one of the things they say in the book is you don't have to translate it as a direct hit. You don't have to translate it as even like a graze or anything like that. It's just basically you are you're suffering a form of bodily injury based on the situation as it goes. So narratively, you've got a lot of freedom describing what that
You
is.
sprained your wrist on one of those reflecting bolts.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll work.
Pulled a muscle.
Damn carpal tunnel.
So, as the barrage of blaster bolts were coming in, I was reflecting them, and at the last moment, sensed one getting away from me. I lunged, hyperextended my arm to reflect it away from Spondaz's head.
There you go. That's a good description. That's great. That's perfect. All right. So there's that. Let's see. So now we're back around to the other group here, right? The other NPC group, or is it another player slot?
Yep.
Okay, it's other NPC group. So they're gonna open fire on Ator. We're gonna clear that. And let's see, it's and you've got your sense, so that's upgraded difficulty, right?
Yep.
So they have a challenge and a difficulty. That's right. Okay, and there wasn't.
Well, they're engaged with me, right? So.
Oh yeah, so that would be even more difficult because they're doing engaged with
they're
melee.
engaged with me.
So that's gonna be engaged with. So that's gonna be actually 3 difficulty. So that's gonna be. So that would be 2 reds and a purple.
Are they using heavy or light?
Heavy.
Range?
They're using heavy.
Yeah, so that's 3 difficulty and upgrade twice.
Yep. So you got 1 purple, 2 red. All right. Letting her rip.
Hater tip.
And wait. Did you add my defense too?
Oh no, I didn't. Hang on. Adding a setback.
1 to spare.
Rerolling.
You may not like the reroll.
I know, right?
There's always that chance.
Didn't do anything anyways. Look at this.
1 failure to advantage. Okay. So
I didn't
having
get their despair.
having seen seen the exchange and sort of your maybe the flourish of your training saber, even gets close to them. It sort of causes them to reel back, and they're trying to bring their blasters to bear, but they're releasing bolts, but it's a little more wild, so don't come anywhere close to you. And for their 2 advantage, they're just going to add a boost die to their next attack. Alright, so now we're at the next player slot.
Is that Spondaz?
Wait, what? Wait,
Or
is it mine?
Garen? Wait, whose is it now?
Well, remember, it doesn't have to be a specific player. You guys can, each round, you can do it in whatever order you want to. So.
Oh, well, let Spondaz go.
Okay.
Let him fire.
All right. So Spawn does, and by the way, Garen is, he's moving as quick as he can, but he's still making his way. He's in a hurried walk, and basically trying to make his way out. Okay, so Spawn does is going to, see Exodus, take all of those blaster bolts and defend him, and want to, work with his ally and help to eliminate the threat on both of them. So he's going to aim, and then he's going to fire on the enemies. So you guys are at short range, I think, so that would be easy difficulty. And he's doing ranged heavy. All right. Nice.
Yeah.
1 success, 1 advantage. So he's going to use that 1 advantage to recover 1 of his strain. And let's see, he does 10 damage minus their 2 soak. So he actually managed to eliminate one of the one of the enemies.
Sweet.
So, as I am the GM, even though I'm sort of rolling for him, why don't you go ahead and describe how that exchange takes place?
Me?
Yeah, you.
Okay. So after I leap in front of Spondaz, hyperextended my arm, reflected the blaster bolt, and we kind of slightly crossed position. He was able to take advantage of me moving in front of him as a form of distraction to draw their eye. He took a breath, aimed, and fired at the nearest guy, and a direct impact right at the base of the helmet and neck, which caused this guy's head to partially be removed
Oof.
as he fell down.
Oof. Gruesome. Gruesome description. Alright. So that's one of them eliminated. Very nice. Okay.
And then Sponda, Ator, you want to go now?
Sure.
Okay.
All right. I am going to use my let's see. All right, I'm gonna attack them.
Okay.
What the hell though? I feel like there's something I'm missing on this, but whatever. Next time. All right, I'm gonna attack them with my lightsaber. I'm gonna aim for boost. I'm attacking two, right? There's still two.
Yes.
All right.
Now, Gabe, is there a form of aiming with lightsabers or some kind of like offensive stance or attack stance you can take?
Yeah, essentially aim counts for all of it. So,
Oh, okay,
It's basically
There's also defensive or guarded stance, which adds a setback die to
them.
any combat.
Mhm.
So for or against.
Right. So you can, yeah, and that takes a maneuver. Either one takes a maneuver. So you can, but yes, with the lightsaber, essentially, to answer your question, that you can, it's basically focusing on a target, you know, and sort of with that added focus, you know, you basically have a boost to what you're doing. So, okay, you may proceed.
You
All right.
may proceed.
What do we got?
Hot diggity dog.
Dang!
God damn.
Alright.
Jeez Louise, Papa. Gee.
Okay.
So, safe to say with what you've got, they're toast. 'Cause-
Okay. Well, I want to attack the last guy with my training saber, and I'm gonna use two of those advantage to.
To stun him? Okay.
Yeah.
Alright. So go ahead and
So
describe.
one guy I'm gonna strike down, dead. Bam. Oh damn it! He just did a backflip.
He's alive.
There we go. Struck him down. And this guy's just. I stunned him, so he's just like on his head. Dazed.
Okay. So, yeah, alright. So, with your whirring blades of death, death and
World.
death and unconsciousness. So,
And as an incidental, she'll say targets down.
okay. So Garen would say.
Over the comms. Sorry.
Garen would say, "Copy."
She just says it to herself.
Yeah, targets down. So Garen would say, "Copy that. Good work, X."
Yeah.
Basically, you know, so he's basically his question is, how's it coming on your end? You know, it's like, you know, Ator just reported.
Two more combatants moving in now.
Acknowledged. I'm moving to you as quick as I can. All right, so
It's
funny because he's moving to them. But Ator's the one that has his own weapon.
Yeah, I know, right?
That's hilarious.
Yeah, which I forgot actually. Garen wouldn't have. Technically, he handed over his saber to Ator, but his blaster he would have had to remove, but he'd have left it like on the pilot seat or something. So, but yeah, he's got no weapons, but he's he's wanting to move to.
He's got his fist still, which
Yeah.
worked out for him in the beforehand. So
Yeah, definitely. He's capable unarmed fighter. All right.
anyways, well, I gotta take a piss while you guys are doing the combat thing. Ator's searching through their pockets for anything.
Okay. All right. Okay, so let's see. I'm trying to think how this is played out already. So would it would be actually be back around to them, right? Their next or no, it'd be you.
No, yeah, it'd be me.
Okay.
And at that point, I guess we would continue. My maneuver would be close into engaged range and attack.
Okay. All right, so you
We don't really get an aim advantage, but
No, yeah, you do.
we're in engage. Oh, okay. Oh, well, no, I had to maneuver.
Yeah, you had to maneuver. So yeah, in order to close that gap from short to engage, unless you want to suffer 2 strain to add a maneuver.
Sure, might as well.
Because that's always an option. So you can do that to
I'm
add.
gonna suffer 2 more strain, and I'm gonna throw my lightsaber set in there, and then let me clear it first.
Now, is Spondaw's moving with you, or is he staying back at short range?
No, he's standing back at short range.
Okay.
Yeah, he didn't need to move, and it's normal difficulty.
Yeah, 2. Yep, 2 difficulty.
And then do I add a boost die because I did an aim?
Yep.
All right, here we go. Haha.
Nice. Okay. Let's see. Training Saber does not have a critical rating, so you can't do critical. But let's see. That's 8 damage total. Minus they have 2 soak, so that would be 6 damage. So you're able to eliminate one of them. Oh. Yeah, you're able to eliminate one of them.
What do I do? Can I recover 4 strain from those advantages, or?
Yes, you totally can. And
Okay.
how much strain do you have?
7.
Woo! Okay, yeah, so you can recover. You can use all that advantage to recover the strain. That's definitely a good idea.
Sweet.
Okay.
All right, so one's dead.
Yeah.
One's left alive.
Okay, so how do you and with the stun, of course, he's technically unconscious.
Right. So he's not dead technically.
Right, because training sabers don't actually
kill.
Yeah.
So I would rush in quickly, and with a flourished attack with my training saber, hack at one of the guys right in the chest, electrocuting him enough due to the training saber's abilities and knocking him unconscious.
Gotcha.
And then at that point would point my lightsaber toward the other standing guy and say, "Stand down if you want to live." But that's just verbal communication.
Right. Yeah. Okay, so actually what I'm going to have you do is I'm going to have you do an average what is it? What's the I'm trying to double check. I think there's something here for this, but I'm going to have you do an average coercion check.
Okay. So my 3 ability, and then it is 2 difficulty?
Yes, 2 difficulty. Okay.
All right, here we go.
And hang on.
And
add a boost die to that because of basically the situation as it's unfolded. This dude's seen 3 of his buddies taken out, and he's seen you with a lightsaber, and even though he's not entirely sure what that weapon is. It's he's seen it deflect. He's seen you deflect blaster bolts with it and everything. So he's basically you got an edge in your intimidation.
Okay. Here we go.
So, and this is an incidental. This doesn't take any action or anything like that. It's just trying to see what happens. Okay. Nice. All right. So since you actually, as you basically say, stand down, and you're sort of got your saber at the ready and all that kind of stuff, he is just completely overwhelmed by the situation. Got caught completely off guard. So he actually throws his saber or his blaster down off to the side and raises his hands in surrender.
All right. Well, I'm
He has a
gonna
lightsaber?
lock him up with I'm gonna take him into custody, and I'm going to lock him up with my binders.
Gotcha.
And I'm gonna say, Spondos, keep an eye on this one. He's not dead. He's only unconscious.
Spawn doesn't say, got it. He'll move over sort of into position and keep his blaster trained on the one that's down there. All right.
Garen, do you have a copy?
Go ahead, X. I'm reading you. And by this time, he's moved out.
Garen, situation west side of the building. 2 down, 1 unconscious, 1 surrendered. I have him binded right now.
Copy.
Oh, you guys knocked one out?
Yeah, because X has a training saber, so it doesn't kill.
Ah, nice.
So it's he's literally just
Use the stun?
stunned him, yeah. So, sorry, I'm stretching.
So technically, we have
wait,
3
he said
prisoners.
wait, are they talking to each other in person now, or are they saying this over the comm?
Who? Exodus to Garen?
Yeah.
Over the comm.
Oh, Garen's over.
Yeah,
Okay,
Garen's still
over
not
here.
there. Like
Okay.
he's been moving.
For some
but
reason, I was wondering if this was Garen or one of these ones are over here, but no. Gotcha.
right.
Since Ator hears that, Ator would also say, I have one stunned here too.
Garen would.
Or you say, what did you say? Stunned, unconscious, knocked out? What did you say?
Yeah, I said stunned, unconscious.
And yeah, she'd say stunned too.
Okay. Garen would reply over the comm. You would hear him like audibly, sigh in relief, and say, "Good work, guys. Very well done. I'll relay to security to make sure that we get the situation under control."
So GM, what does she find searching through all their pockets and stuff?
So all you find on them, and of course the security is now moving this direction, and you've got, let's see, you've got some security that would be coming around the corner on this side too now. What she would find searching through their gear is really just their operational gear, packs of kind of ammo. Now, you would find detonation charges on one of them. That they're the kind that are essentially meant to attach to a structure and blow a hole through something. And
Whew, it's a good thing I didn't hit one of those detonation charges with my lightsaber.
So
if you'd have got that despair, he could have done that.
right, yeah.
That would have been a despair on me.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's true. But yeah, so that's but you don't find anything on them aside from basically what they needed for this, what they were here to do, whatever that was. You find their weapons, an extra like.
No notes, no money.
Nope, nothing.
No plans. Wow.
Nope, sparse. Like they just have what
Alright.
they basically basic operational gear. No person, credits
No
there.
like keys to a no keys to a house or something.
Nope. Nothing like that. No data pads. They do have, basically comms in their headgear. For, inter-team communication. Or you just see that they have comms in their headgear. But other than that, yeah.
Okay.
Just their weapons and their gear.
I don't know. She'd be searching them, but I guess roll a die to see if she even checks the comm. Blue she checks, red she doesn't even check the comm.
Okay.
Oh, okay, so she checks the comm.
Okay. How are you
Or
checking
she,
it? Like, is she? So she's like
she's
listening to it.
checking and she's listening. Yeah, if there's anything in the comm.
Okay. And
It's
as
kind of like a curious. She's like going through their stuff,
right.
picking it up, and she's like, "Oh, let's see if I can hear anything."
So as she raises the comm to her ear and is giving it a listen, she hears nothing on there, just silence basically.
She says, "Hello, anybody there?"
Hello.
And still nothing. Silence.
And she just takes the comm off and just puts it down
Okay. Alright.
and goes and searches the rest of them for any kind of papers or any specific money or any kind of keys to anything,
Okay. And yeah,
like their
as you
vehicles
search,
or their houses.
and as you search each one again, you're not finding any gear whatsoever on them, other than
Alright.
just what they needed for to accomplish whatever they were here to do.
So she just takes the charges and sets them off to the side in a pile, away from the body, and definitely away from the stunned person.
Gotcha. Okay.
And then she doesn't have any cuffs or anything like that, so she doesn't really have anything to.
Okay. So at this point, as you're sort of finishing
So
your
since she's finished searching, those guys are here. She hands the unconscious corpse to them.
right, so they kind of take it, and they're sort of basically trying to establish their jurisdiction, and so they're like, we appreciate your cooperation, we'll handle things from here. And they take possession of the still unconscious intruder, and start to sort of drag him away basically.
And these guards here, they look like the others.
Yeah, they look, they're in security attire for the what you call it,
Alright.
the center. So nothing about them seems out of place for what you've seen here so far. So, and then over here as well, these security guards, they move in, and basically they're
Hey, I want to try to take a second. So we have a conscious guy here. I want to say, who sent you?
and he kind of
And go ahead.
no go just
I was going to say, who sent you? And whatever his response is, I want to try to sense his thought.
Okay. So do a force power check. And let's see how it plays out.
What am I checking?
You're rolling a force die. So wait, do you have
the force die.
do you have the sensing the thoughts?
Yeah. So if he gets 2 points, then he can sense their thoughts. Or if he gets 1, he can sense their.
So, all right. So I'm gonna do this for you, but you have to uncommit your force die so you can actually use it for the check. Okay.
By now she'd be uncommitting her sense also.
Whoa! Look at you.
Ooh, nice. Oh, that wasn't the roll.
That wasn't the roll?
Oh no, that wasn't the roll. But that was.
Nice. Very nice. Very nice.
Heck yeah, man. No, that wasn't the roll. I was just I was marking over it to be able to hit the R button.
Okay.
All right.
Very nice. All right. So as he sort of looks at you, you can see and sense in him a fear-driven resolve not to speak, but because you're able to, perceive past that and hear
Read
the
his
thoughts.
dadgum thoughts.
You can hear you can, or quote unquote, hear. You can sense him thinking that I, if I reveal, that our operation here was at the request of Lady Fendrel, I will not live to the next day.
I want to. All right, I'm gonna go and live here. I want to. You'll have to walk me through how to do it, but I want to flip a destiny point, and I want to.
All right.
I want to cause him to be filled with some sort of fear to be able to admit this out loud to everybody around him, even regardless of his own life. Because all these guards are here.
Right. So
I want him to say out loud, Fendrel sent us. I want him to be able to admit that out loud of his own volition. So I want to flip a destiny. Do I need to roll anything?
Okay, so here's what I'm going to make you do. Since you're flipping a destiny point, it's going to be successful, but, from a narrative, I want you to make a narrative effort as far as how you would influence him to do that.
All right, you ready for this?
Go for it.
So at the moment that Exodus reads this soldier's thought and he pushes past it, he gets a deep urge and feels the force within him. He begins to intimidate him, and at the point of intimidation, taps into a dark part of himself. That old familiar feeling of the dark side of the force rushes into his emotions, and with anger and determination, because he knows this is a plot to upheave the resistance in this area and undo the work they've been doing. With an aggressive thought and attitude, he pushes into his mind and casts fear into his thoughts. Such fear that he begins to lose rationality of his own life, has to admit out loud who hired him and for what purpose, to be able to tell anybody.
Okay, so let's see. Do you have... You know what? Not so much through the influence of the Force, because you don't have the influence Force power. At least not a direct connection in such a way.
Why
But
don't you just make him do a roll for intimidation thing? What is that one called? Coercion?
coercion? Actually, you know what? He already did that earlier, got him to surrender. So that's why he threw down his weapon, basically, and surrendered.
So I guess since he flipped a destiny point, then maybe that would...
Yeah, so we'll do that. So yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Just
is
that he's terrified of this guy.
Yeah, it's basically like I'll spin it this way, and this will still work to kind of what you're speaking to.
He's scared of he's terrified of the guy who just killed his buddies.
All right, yeah. So
or the two guys who just killed his buddies.
yeah. So and the thing is, he just saw Exodus, just nail that dude with this thing and drop him, and he doesn't know if his comrade's alive or not. Like, he kind of heard you say unconscious, but he's at any rate, Exodus, as he as Exodus sort of now what you can say, what you can do is basically you can sort of reveal that you know what he's thinking, and sort of urge him to confess that way. And because you're flipping the destiny point, and you have that sort of connection and all that kind of stuff, your sort of presence is bolstered, and even more intimidating to him because of you sort of giving into the dark side, and that sort of, it's kind of a vibration, you could say, of that angry intent, that sort of almost violent intent, essentially.
Okay. Cool.
So, and so we'll say it this way, that X basically says, I already know who sent you, and basically, and sort of admit it. And or however you would want to word that if you want to like describe it or word it differently.
No, I just have him say it in a whisper so that it wasn't loud and feel forced in any way.
Right. And so then, you know,
He's
as
got the lightsaber to the guy's throat.
right. So as the soldiers or as the security guards move in, you know, to take possession of their prisoner here. His eyes are locked on Exodus's, and you know the fear of this presence that's sort of overwhelming him causes him to kind of exclaim, you know, it was Parador Fendrel. Parador Fendrel sent us here to attack the assembly. And the assembly security force members there, you know, they kind of pause for a moment at such a an alarming accusation, and and then they move forward and they take custody of him, you know, and basically, tell him that his accusation, his statement will be logged, and that it will be there will be an investigation that will ensue.
Garen, do you have a copy?
Garen, at this point, he's now moved. He's now kind of coming around the corner here, and he's seeing the security guards, sort of moving this direction with this one individual. And as he's looking on, he sees the what do you call it? The Starbird insignia on the shoulder of this individual, and sees the oh yeah, sorry, they do have both of them.
Oh, Garen's over there now?
Yeah, Garen's made it around. That, like, he was in motion to come this direction because that's where the combat was still ensuing basically at the time. So Garen sort of brings.
So over here, I just want to quickly know: did they pick up the pile of explosives?
Yeah,
of charges?
the security forces took when they saw that sort of off to the side. Of course, one of them immediately took possession of it, and secured it essentially. So.
Okay, so then she's just following them then.
Okay. All right. So Garen would respond to X. Yeah, go ahead. I'm almost to you. Yeah, and you can.
I would say, I would holler out, say, they're with Fendrel. I read it in it. He admitted it out loud.
And Garen would kind of look at the prisoner as he's with them, and kind of look at then kind of look over to X, and as they're moving past each other, and look over to X, and as X exclaims that it was Fendrel, he kind of opens his eyes, he kind of expresses, alarm, but then kind of shakes his head like, of course it is, essentially. So, and so let's see, and these guys are taking him. All right, so Garen would then move up to Exodus and Spondaz and say, are you guys all right?
I'm cool, and Spondaz, he was a genius, man. He took out 2 guys with 2 shots. Great job, Spondaz. You're a true testament to your people and the resistance.
Spondaz kind of smiles proudly, and he just kind of nods and says thanks, just doing my job.
He says, "I'll shoot anything."
Garen would then.
After what happened with the cave.
Yeah, I know. That's the funny thing.
We'd believe it.
I was telling one of my friends about that the other day. And then Garen immediately, basically taking role and sort of awareness and wanting to be sure about the safety of his people, would then raise Ator on the comms and say, Ator, are you safe?
Did you not? I mean, she said earlier that the situation is resolved. Like,
Right.
did Garen forget that or something?
Well, no,
Or did you forget that?
he's more. I mean, what I remembered was you saying that the enemies.
Or enemies are down or something like
Yeah,
that?
like
Was that
that.
what
Yeah,
she
but
said?
that's the thing is he's like, okay, that's good, but now he's wanting to make sure, like, he wants to say, are you okay? Like, basically, like, are you
Oh,
wounded or
okay.
anything like that?
Because he said, "Are you safe?" I was like, "Wait, she told him it's all done. She's obviously safe." But
Yeah, no. Basically, like,
I was like, I was thinking you forgot about that.
yeah, no,
Like,
like,
so then she'd say, I'm fine. Security's taking uh, the unconscious guy with or the prisoner, I guess she'd refer to him. I'm not sure how she'd refer to him.
The attackers.
Yeah, I guess the guard took the stunned attacker with him. I'm following them now. I'm almost to the ship.
Garen would say, understood. Good work.
In the meantime, Garen, would you like to hold on to my blaster for until you can get your lightsaber back? There could be more out.
Garen would kind of hold his hand up and say, no, for now, I want to, with the current threat resolved, I want to make sure that I don't want to hold on, or I don't want to take any weapons with me as I'm about to, or as I want to be ready for when the assembly continues, and just be able to respond to the situation as it unfolds.
All right. Screw you then. I'm joking.
I want to give you my blaster anyway.
Come on, Spawn Does.
So, we'll kind of sort of fast forward a little bit, I guess, unless there's any sort of interactions that you want to take place or anything you want to, any actions you want to take or anything like that that you feel need to be done. While they've got these.
Depends on how far you're fast forwarding it to.
Right.
Because Ator would give Garen his lightsaber next time she meets him.
Gotcha. So
if that happens, then I can just give you the lightsaber now.
right. So as we so basically we'd sort of fast forward to a point that we've all kind of I guess you could say we would have returned to our respective ships for the moment, as that's basically what we would have been asked to do by the security forces there.
Spawn Does would have went with you guys.
And there's your lightsaber.
Okay, thank you. Garen would, express gratitude for Ator looking after it, and for returning it to him. So that as all of that, if X would have requested, they would have, especially from sort of a strategic aspect, basically had X move the flare to
an actual parking area.
Yeah, an actual landing pad, and of course one close to the other one. The security force is still alert, and even though we've taken action to sort of protect the council center and the council themselves, there's always that pervasive sort of attitude of suspicion, and so they've sort of, in order to maintain as much control of the situation as they can, they've had X move the flare onto the pad nearest or near the ardent, and they would not have objected if Exodus came over to the yard. You know, they'd just be basically watching it, making sure that we're in an area basically. So.
Also, you can roll cool or discipline check, simple check to recover.
Cool or
Yeah, to recover.
I'm doing cool.
To recover strain. Dang.
Okay, good. My strain is gone.
Excellent.
is it just 2 difficulty?
No, simple check. Simple is 0, no difficulty. Easy is 1 difficulty.
Oh, Lord,
Average
good
is
God.
2.
Woo. Okay.
So 2, I guess. Well, there's Triumph. I don't know if you want to just give it to him
Get all my wounds.
With the Triumph.
because of the
My
Triumph.
1 wound and my 3 strains go.
No, we're not gonna do the wound, but the strain you can go ahead and remove completely. We'll do it that way.
Yeah, it doesn't do wound. It's only
Alright.
strain.
Okay, and Spondas is going to roll. I think they're probably both the same anyway. Cool and discipline. No, actually, he's gonna roll discipline.
You wrecked discipline.
3 successes.
Yeah.
So his
Nice.
strain is completely gone as well. Very well.
And doesn't Spondos have a medical kit?
He does.
Hey, Spondos, you mind looking after my wound, buddy?
He says sure. So he's going to take his med tech kit. Okay, allows him to use the medicine skill without penalty and grants a boost die on all attempts. And what's the difficulty?
Pretty sure it's average.
Average? Okay. Okay, so he's going to use the medicine skill. Adds a boost die to difficulty. Nice.
Thanks, buddy. I appreciate you.
So of course, no problem.
You're awesome, Matar. I mean, Spondos, excuse me. You're awesome, Spondos. If you ever need anybody, you call me.
All right.
Aloha Akbar.
Okay.
Spondos goes, you know my great uncle Akbar?
Is Ator going to attempt? You do still have a stim pack, actually. Looks like among your possessions here.
Oh yeah, shit, I forgot about that. She's still got one. So yeah, she'll use a stim pack to take care of her wounds there.
Okay, so clear your wounds. All right. So after the group has had some sort of downtime, now as we're all recovering and everything, we have an opportunity to sort of talk amongst ourselves as we've sort of been sequestered to our ships and
Sequestered.
to sort of resolve or yeah, just sort of converse and sort of take account of the situation. Garen would definitely, turn to Ator and he'd say, I saw what you said about them having resistance gear. That cannot be a good thing. Actually, we'd both be aboard the ship at this point, I think.
Ator would say, I didn't get a chance to question that.
Neither.
Or him, sorry. Because there was just one that was left alive next to her. She'd say, I didn't get a chance to question him.
Garen would turn to X and say,
Oh, good lord, I did the wrong.
yeah, I don't know why. Oh, there we go.
It won't. See, look, it'll go right through it sometimes.
Alright.
Anyway,
Yeah, alright, there. So Garen would,
I got a chance to talk to one of them. They said it was Findra.
yeah,
Could see it in his thoughts.
So he admitted it. So you know for certain that it's the truth.
Absolutely.
The question is, will they believe that?
I don't know. There was 3 of them left alive. Hopefully they'll interrogate them and get the truth out of it. Unless Findrils will get their hands on it first.
Okay.
Athor would say, has the. Shit, I keep forgetting what the hell he's called.
I know,
Not
right?
I keep wanting to say consular.
The Parator.
Arthur, jeez. Athor would ask, does the Parator know about this? What's his name again?
Parator
Yorn?
Yorn. Yeah,
Yorn?
Yorn.
Oh. Does Parator and Yorn know about?
Garen would say that I didn't have I haven't had a chance to discuss it with to discuss that part of it with him. I left the council chambers in order to try and get to you guys when the confession was made, or when X got the confession out of him.
I think he should be made aware of the situation. If she's making a move on the main council building here, then this situation's far worse than we thought. She even had them portray themselves as resistant soldiers to make this planet perceive the resistant as an evil entity. For all we know, she's aligned herself with the First Order. I think we should be very vigilant and cautious with our next step.
Garen nods in consideration. I agree. We do need to make Parador Yorn aware of this. He's our strongest ally as far as the territory leaders here. And with everything that's occurred here today, we definitely need that ally.
If you need, I'll go with you. None of us should be left alone.
As soon as we have the opportunity, I think that would be a good idea, especially since you were the one that were able to find that information.
All right, you let me know.
Who has control of the prisoners?
The
devil.
Athor would say.
Garen would reply, as far as I'm aware, the Assembly Security Forces took possession of them and have them in holding cells currently. They didn't really give me...
Athor would respond, do they belong to Bjorn? Oh, sorry.
Bjorn Ironside?
Bjorn? Do they belong to Yorn? Or do they belong to Fendril?
Does Odin bless them?
I don't have a great understanding of the way it's structured, but as far as I'm aware, the council itself is it doesn't belong to any one territory. It's somewhat an independent. It's a organization that's meant to be a collaboration of all the territories together. And so when it comes to matters like this, if I understand correctly, then they are then they operate not under the control of any one territory. I would say more than likely they would be under the control of the council, the acting council primus at this point.
By the way, did the GM flip a dark side coin?
No, sorry. I meant to earlier have Matt flip the light side point since he was the one that did it. So go ahead and do that, Matt, because we should be at 3 darks and 1 light right now.
Let me just move it.
I was wondering if I missed something there.
No, yeah.
Maybe
So
during the combat or something.
over here, flip it. There you go. What you can do for that is if you hover over it, you can press F, and that will just.
Don't you F with me.
So.
So, thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
All right. So as we've had this time to sort of discuss. By the way, as you guys have been.
Ooh. So the stim pack there. She's used a few of those things now. So is it empty?
I think, if I'm remembering correctly, you could say there'd be like one more use in it, basically. Say it that way. Why are you asking?
'Cause I'm wondering if I should have Ator say she needs to resupply the stim pack
Oh, okay. I mean, you're welcome to do that while we're
at the market or something like that.
yeah, well, you're welcome to do that. Now, the one thing is if you
No, but if there's still one left, then I'll
yeah,
say
there's one charge
I'll
left
say
in it.
it's tapped.
Yeah. So no, there's one charge left in it, basically.
All right.
So, and as far as leaving, I mean, you could attempt it, but given the situation,
No, she's not gonna do anything like that.
yeah, as I say, given the situation as it is, like we're sort of like they haven't out. Well, they've kind of said it that they've asked us to remain here basically while they're resolving the situation and investigating everything that's occurred.
Okay, then Ator is going to say, I must meditate now. And she'll just go back in the secluded area and start meditating with her hollow.
Okay. And Garen nods and says that's probably not a bad idea while we've got the opportunity. And he would basically find a spot sort of out of the way, and he would tell Exodus, "You're welcome to join me if you'd like."
Yeah, no one should go anywhere alone.
So he kind of, I mean, he's not leaving the ship, but he's just sort of moving off to the sort of side open area.
Yep, sounds good. Let's walk the 3 feet. Here we go.
Well,
and we're there.
He's talking more about in meditation, not.
Yeah, that's cool. I like it.
So, Spondo's, he kind of, he stands there, kind of looks around, and all of these, Force people doing their Force things, and he just kind of like shrugs and turns to do his thing, just general maintenance on the ship, as it is, just finding ways to occupy himself, running diagnostics, and fine-tuning things, basically making sure nothing's out of place, with wear and tear and such. Okay, so as the time passes, and as we've been awaiting word as far as any results or repercussions from the or not repercussions, but trying to hear or waiting to hear news as to what's been discovered with these assailants in possession. A member of the security, or an attendant from the assembly center, followed by a member of the security force, comes to and basically signals that they would like to meet with us, essentially, or they're at the hatch to the ship, the front hatch, the loading ramp to the ship, and would like to speak to us. So Garen, responds, of course, and moves and opens the hatch and opens the loading ramp and steps down to meet them at the entry. We're gonna have one of these guys here. Boom, and let me see. Do I have someone that I can use for that sort of thing? I'll just use a pawn.
We're all pawns in the game of life.
Whatever, buddy. I'm a rook. Or actually, I rephrase.
Says the
Bishop.
pawn.
I'm a bishop, buddy.
Pawn calls himself a bishop. That's hilarious.
All right.
Lol.
Whoops. Sorry, I gotta reopen my chat here. Okay. So Garen moves to the ramp and greets the attendant and says, "Yes. Is there an update on anything that's been gotten from the prisoners?" And the attendant says, "Actually, let me double check something here."
You better double check it, pawn.
Pawn Solo.
That's what it is. Toy Story. Made me think of Toy Story.
Let's see.
He's Buzz Lightyear's like, I'm a spaceman or something. Is that what he says? Something
Space
like that?
Ranger, yeah.
And then Woody's like, you are a child's plaything.
Okay. So, the
Strange, sad little man.
the attendant replies, "Unfortunately, once they were taken into possession, these attackers remained silent, and we've gotten no admission of any further or of anything more aside from what your ally got out of him just after his capture." And Garen would look down and shake his head. So none of them would admit to working for Fendrel. And the attendant would shake her head. No, they admitted no such connection whatsoever. And Garen would sigh in exasperation.
I can just picture X saying, putting his fist in his hand saying, just give me 5 minutes.
Well, I mean, he admitted it out loud in front of 4 other soldiers. So
Right.
it's already been admitted.
Right. Yep. So, but as far as after they had been taken into possession, what the attendant's saying is, no further confession.
Well,
He recanted his confession there.
Yeah, he didn't, and that's the thing is basically they didn't say anything after they were taken into custody. It's just they remained silent.
we can, Garen. Yeah, you should request if we can have a word with the other
Parator.
whatever his name is, Parator.
Right, and he would proceed with that course of action. He'd ask, might I have the opportunity to have a word with Parator Yorn? And the attendant sort of hesitates for a moment. It says, "You may meet with the Parator. You will have a security escort with you at all times." And Garen sort of, tense a little bit from that sort of like, basically treatment, that, regardless of the fact that they had just intervened and in order to help, that they're still being viewed with sort of suspicion and wariness essentially. And he sighs and he nods. My friend will be accompanying me as well. And the attendant nods, says very well. And so, at this point, Garen sort of proceeds to follow the attendant, as the attendant has indicated that he will lead them and guide them to the Parator. And as they are sort of en route, there are two security guards that are accompanying them through across the path basically, and into the assembly center. Now is Ator? She just like sort of remaining on board the ship and
Yeah, no, I mean, she's just meditating.
okay.
She hasn't been disturbed by anything.
Okay. So I just don't want to like leave or not
So
allow.
unless you want to retcon it and say that Garen told Ator about it. What's going on?
Okay.
As far as I know, Garen didn't say anything to her, so she was just meditating.
Right. No, he didn't because he was sort of focused on meeting. Well,
Then yeah, she wouldn't leave the area.
right. I'm trying to think because he would have he always tries to make an effort to include her in things, but I don't remember if she had expressed a want to meet with the Parator or not. Like to be a part of the group that meets with him, or if she's just kind of wanting to stay behind, and be sort of more of a guard.
Yeah, I can't remember. No, the only thing she asked is if the guards belong to, or who the guards belong to, basically.
Right. Yeah, and he.
So you'd have to judge that based off of that alone, pretty much.
Yeah. Well, no, and that's what he said, that the guards, belong to basically the center. They're sort of an independent party, and they act under the authority of the council primus. At this point, is an acting council primus. So, and at this point, the acting council primus is really sort of following procedure. So it's just kind of contain the intruders, or detain the intruders. They've proceeded with an interrogation, et cetera, as far as the information that we've gotten at this point. So is X going with Garen?
Absolutely.
Okay, yeah, because I thought he had mentioned that, so I will. Oh, you got him. All right, so, whoops. We'll do it this way. All right. Oh, wow. All right. Sorry. Here,
No, you're good.
I'll take control.
No, you're good. That's what I was trying to point him out for, but then it wouldn't let go.
Okay. All right, so they move in through the entrance and proceed to the proceed over to the to where Parator Yorn is sort of standing and talking to his own attendant, and the attendant bows to Garen or to the Parator and to and well, actually, the attendant speaks up and says, "These gentlemen have requested to meet with you." And the Parator Yorn nods and says, "Very well. They are welcome to. Thank you." And the attendant bows, and sort of nods to Exodus and Garen, and sort of moves away, to attend to other matters, essentially. What are you doing?
I'm just messing up.
X ate a Mario mushroom.
He was a little hungry.
So the The security escort,
Sounds
of
like
course.
fun to us.
Yeah. Security escort maintains, a close proximity to Garen and Exodus, and at this point, they're remaining extremely watchful, especially because, or just because of the situation as a whole. So, Imperator Yorn, says, "I'm glad your people were victorious and that they are safe." And Garen nods and says, "Thank you very much." Oh, Matt, you got disconnected?
Yep.
All right.
We're still on Discord, so not a
Yeah,
big
I
deal.
can. It's dialogue stuff at this point. So
Keep going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll get back in.
all right. So Exodus, or so Garen says, "Thank you, Imperator Yorn. We were informed that the intruders didn't admit to being sent by Imperator Fendrel after the initial admission that X from the prisoner that X had captured." Imperator sighs and nods. "That's correct. Unfortunately, they've remained silent ever since their detention." And he looks at Garen, and he's got a very concerned look on his face. He says, "Unfortunately, as these attackers have equipment that bears the mark of your resistance, it's bringing into question whether or not your presence should continue to be allowed here." Garen sighs in frustration. She's doing anything she can in order to make us into it, and in order to make an enemy out of us to the planet as a whole. And Imperator Yorn,
That's all they. I'm surprised Garen and Nix aren't saying anything about the Resistance are the ones who captured them.
yeah. Well, Garen is sort of, he's oh no, that's a good call out, because that would be something more that Garen would be concerned about, the reputation of the Resistance, as everything's unfolding. And he says, "So what about our effort to stop their attack? I mean, we've been outspoken representatives of the Resistance ever since we've been here."
Yeah, we wouldn't kill our own people to prove an opposite point.
Imperator Fendrel sort of nods, but you can tell that he's still sort of like, what's the word I'm thinking of? Not tense, but sort of frustrated with the difficulty of the situation. And he says, "I believe that, and I see your point. Unfortunately, the attitude of suspicion of most Adamari sows us a level of distrust. There are theories that you extended, or you appeared to extend a hand of friendship. Meanwhile, this clandestine attack says that perhaps your superiors intended otherwise, maybe even using you as a distraction."
Where do we go from here? Are we just gonna let her win?
Parador, Yorn, he rests his, right, he brings his hand up in a sort of a pensive posture. And he's considering the options. And he says, I believe we're going to need to take an even bolder action. I believe it would be wise for you to speak during the reassembly of the council. Now, the reception is not going to be warm and welcoming, but it's the only chance we have at this point is breaching protocol and letting your voice be as heard as it's going to be. And Garen nods and says, I think that's going to be the best chance we have as well. X, do you have any input?
I'm afraid that the bureaucracy on the end is going to be its undoing.
Garen sort of furrows his brow and nods. I'm very alarmed at the level of corruption that I'm seeing here. Imperator Yorn nods somewhat emphatically. He says that's a part of why I've been trying to attain the position of Council Primus in order to have whatever influence I can. But as you can see, my opposition is very strong.
Well, let's get on with it.
As Imperator Yorn sort of agrees with you, he looks over and sees that they're sort of opening the doors to the council chamber, and he says, "It looks like we're about to begin." Garen would turn and take his comlink from his belt and radio to Ator and Spondaz, and he'd say, the council is reassembling, and it looks like we're going to be speaking up during it, and I'd like it if the two of you could join us there as a unified representation of the resistance.
Saying this to Spondaz and
Ator.
Spondaz and Ator.
Yeah.
So we're both on the ship. Spondaz is on the ship with me too.
Right, yeah, Spondos stayed on the ship with you.
Wait, she wouldn't have her comms on. She's meditating right now.
Okay. Alright, so that being the case, Spondos would then, he'd receive the message, and he would, know that Garen is addressing the two of you, would sort of move back through the ship and sort of knock on the bulkhead, essentially, to kind of get your attention.
Okay, she'd acknowledge him.
And Spondos would say, looks like Garen's going to be talking to the political people. He asked if we'd be there to help him represent the resistance.
She'd say, would I have to talk to everybody?
And Spondos kind of shrugs and he says, he didn't say anything specific about us talking. He just asked if we'd be there.
And then she'd say, well, you have my support.
And he, Spondos would radio back and taking what you said as an affirmation that you would be joining as well, would reply to Garen, "All right, we'll be there shortly." And he'd kind of, motion for Ator to come with him as he's getting ready to head off the ship and head into the assembly building. Definitely not wanting to go alone, given everything that's happened.
Okay, Ator would follow him.
Okay, and so as they would make their way into the assembly building, they would have security escorts accompany them as well, and basically, ensuring that they didn't deviate from where they were intended to go. But he would, they would, arrangements basically would have been made to allow them to enter and go into the council chambers as well. So now, all parties would be in the council chamber. Kind of getting everybody moved into position here. Do-do-do-do-do. Kind of assuming this is how we would kind of naturally come together within the sort of our position within the chamber, the assembly chamber. Okay. And so all assembled, there would also be now, you could see an increased presence of security, and security force members within the chamber, which as an audience we would have seen, that inside the chamber there would not have been security force members at the previous assembly, but now, given the increased level of potential threat that's occurred, security measures have been stepped up. So now, as the party sort of stands in position, near Parator Yorn's place at the table, and Parador Fendrel over at her side of the table. Her expression, she wouldn't even really look or acknowledge the direction of our party.
That bitch.
She would be very, sort of keep her eyes sort of ahead and at the assembly itself, and not want to give any sort of acknowledgement or connection to our side of the table, other than, as things progress, we'll see how it'll play out how it plays out. But all right, so as we have, oh, by the way, Matt, do you have is your hand cursor, is it 3D? Because something that might help a little bit is making it 2D. Trying to see. Oops, that's the wrong thing. Menu, configuration. Okay, so if you go to menu, the top of the screen, then configuration. And then when you're in the configuration menu, the interface tab, if you click on interface, down in the lower left, you'll see, obviously the Kickstarter's not available to you, but you see 3D pointer and 2D pointer. If you choose 2D pointer, that may or may not, well, you can see how that sort of affects your interaction with things. But it gives you a little more sort of, to me it seems like it gives you a little more direct of a pointer, really. So, oh, and another side note for you guys is that with the two political figures that I actually have pawns for figures at this point. I've actually named them, so if you need a reminder, you can hover over them and see the name of the pawns. So
Cool.
that can be somewhat helpful. Okay. So
Oh, it's me to decide who to kill first.
we have plans to kill Parator Yorn, who's like been our supporter through all of this.
Has he really been that supportive of us, though? What has he done for us lately?
Oh my goodness. All right. What has he really done for us lately? All right. So, as you know, everyone sort of takes their places. The sort of murmur of the room, sort of dies down, and there have been several sort of sideways glances toward our part of the room, of course, there's very much a general sense of suspicion as it's been occurring, or as obviously, the events and what details were out there, would have been discussed, so as the murmur dies down, the acting council primus would stand and speak and say, Parators of the council, once again, I would like to call this assembly to begin. We have more to discuss, given the incursion upon council grounds and the supposed intent of violence on behalf of those that scaled the walls of this this center. Please bear in mind the details that you have been given as we continue with discussion of course of action for our allied efforts. He would then sit down, resume his seat at the table, and basically at that point it becomes open forum. With only a brief pause and really somewhat a breach of protocol for what took place earlier, Parator Fendrel would stand at the table and not even give a moment for anyone else to begin or stand and begin their point. And she would say, members of this council, events here today should reinforce the stance that Allied Adamar has taken in the past when it comes to outsiders. Even though these members of the resistance have claimed to come in an extended hand, expressing a hope for alliance, now we see that members of their organization have come to enact violence upon this unified body? Even if these members that are present here say that this was not an act of their superiors, how can we know that they're being honest? Or if they are being honest, how can we know that their superiors are being honest with them? let the actions of the attackers stand in your mind. And remember that they've admitted to nothing. However, they do wear the symbol of the resistance on their uniforms. And that should stand as strong evidence. And at that point, you would see many of the members of this council sort of turning and looking to our hero's side of the room. And, the looks would definitely not be those of admiration. At that point, Parator Yorn would stand and in position of counterpoint to Parator Fendrel, and he would say, "Members of this council, I implore you to remember the principles of Adamar. We are a people of honor, of honesty. We are seekers of the truth as much as we are defenders of our home. Also, do not forget the actions of these who are among us at my side. When our people were in distress, they came to our aid and put themselves in danger in order to protect those that are close to many of us, to protect our people, and, might I remind this council, to protect the son of Parator Fendrel himself." Garen would then stand, he would step next to Parator Yorn and sort of look to him for an acknowledgement. And Parator Yorn would nod to Garen. Garen would address the council. Members of this council, leaders of Adamar, I know that at this time, given what has happened, distrust is a natural reaction. The actions of those wearing our symbol seem to be contradictory, and as such would make us seem to be deceptive. But I stand before you now speaking as a true representative of the resistance, of our intentions. And we would not act in such a manner. We came here seeking allies for a common cause. I implore you to remember that the reason that we are here is because the First Order attacked your people. They came to your home, took some of your children, and others of importance. And he would, at that point, sort of turn and look to Parator Fendrel. We came to your aid with the intention to help your people. We're not seeking to use our rescue as leverage. we are asking for your help and leaving the decision entirely up to you and what your will for your people, your world, will be. But while we ask for your help, we also offer ours, whatever it may be, to stand against the First Order and help to preserve your world from their invasion and their control. And he would turn to Exodus and Ator and Spondaz, and basically through his expression, or through his body language, his facial expression, try to express that, or sort of non-verbally ask if any of you have anything to add.
Ator would just look over to Spondos.
Spondaz
With
would.
it,
Oh,
with
sorry.
an approving look and kind of a look as in, like, you please say something.
So Spondaz would kind of look at her and kind of look at the table and kind of sort of like, all right, kind of nod. And sort of trying to think of how Spondaz would approach this.
Yeah, this is tough for me because I wouldn't do it. I'd be completely different from Ator,
Right, yeah, yeah,
especially in this situation.
yeah.
But
Spondaz
she
would,
is not that. She's not a confrontational person.
right. Spondaz would sort of step up to the table, kind of relying on his, sort of trying to focus on his more easygoing nature to sort of override any nerves that he would have. And, of course, he's just thinking that, his friends are asking him to say something, so he's going to say something. So he steps up next to Parator Yorn and says, I'm not anything really important. I joined the Resistance because I've seen what the First Order does. I've seen the First Order raid orphanages. And I've seen the First Order commit violence against innocent people. I'm just an engineer. But I know that if the First Order is not stopped, then what I've seen happen to people that I care about will continue to happen. And I want to use anything that I can do to stop that from happening to anyone else. And I'm asking that those of you here, with whatever you can do, that you stand to do the same thing. Garen would nod and smile to Spondaz in approval. And Spondaz would kind of step back, having said his piece, and step back next to Ator. And Garen would look to Exodus just to see if he would choose to stand and say anything. But of course, that's up to his discretion. With the understanding that here, I'll move Garen back a little bit so you can kind of fit him into that space. Oops.
Great council members. My name is Exodus Sundown. And until a few days ago, I did not join or resist the First Order or the Resistance. But in these past few days, I have seen what the Resistance can do and what the First Order can do. Beyond a shadow of a doubt, I can stand in testament and say that the Resistance is full of honest and honorable people. Adamar would be a wonderful fit to the Resistance. Yet, you shouldn't just take my word for it. There were 4 Adamarian soldiers there after the encounter I had with these assassins. They are Adamarian people. What do they say? He admitted, then and there, of his own volition. For I say, they said one of your own, Parator Findril, had sent them.
At that particular, very direct call out, Parator Fendril would glare at Exodus, and there would be a very audible murmuring among the members of the council and amongst their attendants.
The minute we arrived here, Parator Findril approached us in private and asked us to gain leverage over Parator Yorn. Is that his name? Yorn? Yeah. Over Parator Yorn, so that she could succeed into ascension of the Council Prime Minister, so that she could control this board. If that is the case, then what would hold her back from putting all of this in jeopardy just so she could seize power? Again, do not just take my word for it. There are 4 Adamarian soldiers who heard this of their own ears, their own hearing. Call them into this council and hear the words of your people.
Parator Yorn would then stand at her table and move in,
Findril,
close to the table, and say,
you say Parator Yorn or Parator Findril?
Sorry, Parator Fendril, yeah, sorry.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Stand, and she would say, what right have you to cast these accusations at me when you stood in violence over that supposed enemy of yours? For all we know, it was your influence that caused him to point the finger at me. And as for you accusing me of trying to leverage you, how disgusting. Council members, you know me as an honorable leader of one of our territories. How could you believe such a baseless lie? And don't forget that comparing my actions to those of the resistance that we've seen, I think we know whose words are more believable. There'd be
Then you would have no problem bringing in a soldier to tell the truth.
And Parator Fendril would just, glare at Exodus further, contempt in her eyes for the accusations being raised against her. And she would say, very well, bring them in. And so then the there would be a small sort of pause in the assembly as it was being conducted, as an attendant would leave the chamber and make the necessary arrangements. And shortly after, the aforementioned soldiers would be brought into the council chamber. Okay, one sec. They would, oops. Gotta
Yeah,
Wrong pawn. Wrong pawn.
you're supposed to be dead.
That one technically is apprehended, but there you go.
Yeah, we're under arrest.
So as the re-enters the chamber, the security force members following behind, they enter the chamber and stand at attention before the assembly, ready to be questioned as they have been informed they would be. So the Council Priminus would address the soldiers.
Can we, is there any way that we can flip a destiny point to make these soldiers honest? And speak the truth of what they heard?
Narratively, you can influence it that way. So go ahead and flip
That's
the
all we
destiny point.
want. Alrighty. You should just hover over it and hit F.
Mm-hmm.
Flip it.
There we go.
Flip. Oh.
The Council Priminus, the acting Council Priminus stands and addresses the soldiers and says, "You have been brought forth before this assembly with an expectation of honorable and honest answers to the questions that are brought forth to you. Do you acknowledge this and stand on honor to answer in truth?" And the 4 soldiers say, "Sir, yes we do." And the Council Priminus says, "It has been, the information that has been given to this council is that the member of the attackers, or one of the members of the attackers that you took into custody confessed, or admitted, or no, thinking of the wording here that he would use. Claimed.
I'm sorry. Can we? I just want clarity. So the confession that you're talking about is the one from this battle or from the previous battle with the other?
From this battle.
Okay.
That's what's being sort of.
Oh yeah, I was gonna lean over to Yorn and ask him what they did with that other guy.
Okay.
Because he had also admitted to it. Anyway, go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah. No. That's perfectly fair.
Those walls are okay.
Hang on one sec. I'm fiddling as I'm.
There's odd construction going on outside.
The walls
What
are
an
being.
odd time.
Damn construction workers.
Can they cease this while we're in such a life and death council situation?
And then one of the other parators say, "Sorry, it's union."
Yeah.
Union.
Union workers.
Parator, half of the hut has unionized them.
Half of that. Oh my god.
I'd tell them to stop, but no speako minimum wage.
Oh my
Oh.
god.
Definitely demonetized now.
Yeah, super demonetized.
You're gonna receive a
guys didn't
strike
get
for
that?
this.
Oh man.
You mean demonetized for stealing a TV show quote?
Oh no, I have no idea.
Still
what you're-
Come on,
Racy.
you didn't get that quote?
Still
That's
racy.
From, that's from Robot Chicken, one of the Star Wars ones.
Oh no, I haven't watched all of them.
Oh man. It's Palpatine's talking to Luke as the Emperor. He's talking to Luke, and there's a he's in the new Death Star that's still under construction, and so there's construction workers in the room with him. You gotta watch that one because it is freaking hilarious.
That's funny. All right. So with that clarification being made, so the acting council primus, we're gonna have to be wrapping this up soon because we've been at this for quite a while. The acting council primus, he addresses the soldiers, or the security force members, and after their affirmation that they would indeed be, answer truthfully, he says, this council has been informed that there was that one of the attackers that you took into custody claimed to have been sent on their, or claimed that their actions were under the instruction of Parator Fendrel. Is this true? And the soldier that's sort of like leader of this particular squad speaks up and says, "Sir, that is true. The assailant that we apprehended, which had been captured by that individual there," and he motions toward X, did indeed say that he had been sent by Parator Geneth Fendrel. And there's all sorts of, then murmuring, starts to rise, starts to, the murmur of the room starts to rise as the Parators, the members of the assembly, are, discussing, this revelation of information.
My character would speak up and say, and interrupt and say, well, then that makes total sense why they've been silent ever since, living in fear that Geneth Fendrel will have them killed if they admit it anymore.
And that would only increase the murmuring in the room. And the Council Primus would look to Geneth Fendrel as far as, this accusation has been brought against her and been corroborated, and Geneth Fendrel would rise from her seat with calm poise. She would address the security force members and say, "Is it not true that this individual to whom this assailant made their quote-unquote confession was also under duress and intimidated by the fact that this person had just subdued his comrades?" And the security force member would sort of take a moment to answer, and considering answering truthfully, and say, "Ma'am, it is true that he had just subdued that individual had just subdued the suspects, or what did you call somebody that's been the prisoners?
Perpetrators?
Had just subdued the perpetrators' comrades. And would you say that the state of that gentleman was one of fear, of violence?" The security force member would again consider answering honestly and say, while I will not claim to know what one is thinking, he did appear to be expressing fear as he made the exclamation.
Maybe that fear was fear of Fendrel herself.
Fendrel would turn to X, addressing him directly for the first time. "I wasn't present with a weapon."
No, that's not how you work. You don't get your hands dirty. You have others do your dirty work for you.
And what evidence do you have that I have any connection to these men other than a supposed confession at threat of physical harm?
What evidence do you have that I was threatening physical harm on him? All I had was a weapon in my hand that could cause stun. I had not drawn my blaster. I could only knock him out. I could not kill him. Why would a hardened assassin be afraid of a stunning weapon?
The assassin is unfamiliar with the capabilities of that weapon. He had no idea.
How do you know what he knows? Kenneth Fendril, it sounds like you live within the minds of the assassin. Is it because you know them very well?
Fendril would chuckle at your maneuvering. Accusation after accusation.
Plus, this is not the first time. We were attacked once before, and he also admitted that you sent him on this assignment. Imperator Yorn can stand as a witness to that himself.
Imperator Yorn at that point would then stand before the council and address them, saying, "This is the truth. While these members of the resistance were on their way to visit me as political guests, they were attacked. They managed to apprehend one of their attackers, and that attacker as well confessed to being sent by Imperator Geneth Fendrel in order to silence these people before they were able to meet with me." At that point, there would be a lot of murmuring and, sort of, a lot of murmuring and, looks at Imperator Fendrel, with alarm essentially in their body language, and some general confusion at this member of their political body, basically more and more evidence starting to stack up against her versus the reputation that she's had as a member of of the strongest territory of their world, they're also just trying to question or beginning to question at least just everything that's been brought to light. They're still weighing the evidence that's been presented overall, and the Council Primus would then stand and say, "This is strong evidence that has been brought before this council against one of our members. It is my recommendation that further investigation be made into the credibility of, or into the corroboration of the accusations that have been made. And we, and as an allied body, as the Council of Allied Territories, should bring the prisoner that has been in Imperator Yorn's possession here for our interrogation in order to ascertain the truth or falsehood of the accusations being made." The council members, the Imperators of each of their particular territories would sort of talk to their aides, and discuss things. And
I might lean up to Garen and say maybe you suggest to Imperator Yorn that all these people in question be kept away from, since Geneth Fendrel's under investigation. be kept away from her people and promised protection from any of those parties so that they could give honest answers.
Garen would nod in acknowledgement to Exodus and pass that information along to Parator Yorn, who would then respond with, a reassurance that with a prisoner in the possession of the Council of Allied Territories, the Council Primus at that time, even the acting one, would be the one responsible for the prisoner, and therefore it would be his territories. If any territory personnel were involved, it would be his territory, and the personnel of the council, as the sort of independent council personnel as well. And Parator Yorn would then stand and say, I stand in approval of this action, as long as the prisoners are, have no association, or are. I'm trying to think of how to word this. As long as the prisoners are kept sequestered from any influence of the accused. And Fendrel would then stand and say, and the accusers. And the Council Primus would then, await to see what the decisions of the other council members would be.
At this point, I want to use my sense power.
Okay.
Can I? So Fendrel's in short range, right?
Yeah. Considering the size of the room and all that kind of stuff, I'd say she'd be in short range of you.
All right. Well, she's Oh my gosh!
What is it?
Fail.
Whoo, dang.
As Ator stretches out with the force towards Fendrel, she senses so much darkness that she recoils visually.
Garen would turn and give Ator.
Keeps the hell out of that. Keeps away from that freaking mind of that psycho.
Garen would turn to Ator and with a look of concern. And so the council members, one by one, would give their approval.
What say you?
Yeah, essentially approval or disapproval of the course of action recommended, and a few of them would have disapproved of the course of action recommended, based on the question of the honor of such a noble Adamari as Parator Fendrel. But the majority would indeed, on the principle of seeking truth, approve the course of action for the further investigation of these accusations, through the interrogation of the prisoner that had been in Parator Yorn's custody. The Council Primus would stand and say, at this time, I believe it would be appropriate to call a holding of all further proceedings of this council until this investigation has been concluded. I do not believe it would be wise for us to choose a course of action regarding the resistance or the First Order until more information is brought to light. And he would stand and wait to see if there was any objection to this present recommendation. And as there is none, he would say, "This council is now called
Convene.
yeah, temporary or indefinitely convened. We'll say that." So at that point, the various members of the council would begin to, sort of stand from their seats, sort of discuss among themselves briefly, and the parators speaking to their aides, and then sort of out of respect for the conduct of the council chamber, start to move out of the council chamber. The security force members that were brought into question are then, basically escorted to another place as, basically witnesses in the investigation for further questioning. And Parator Yorn would kind of turn to our group and kind of give each of us a look of, sort of, well, like basically well, we'll see what's about to happen with this kind of an expression. And he would then go on to say, "That was very well spoken of each of you, and I do believe your words were heard, at least by some of the parators here present. I don't know what will come of what was spoken and what will be the result of the investigation, but I do believe there is a chance that you might receive some support." And Garen would say, "Thank you, Parator, for everything. Your help has been very much needed through everything that's happened since we've been here on this world."
Garen, we could use a safe place to crash for a while. Somewhere out of her reach.
Garen would nod and turn to Parator Yorn, and Parator Yorn would respond saying, "Since our association is now very well known, you are welcome to come stay at my what would you say? At my
Parator's Palace.
yeah, the Parator's lodging, I guess we'll call it for now."
Sounds like a Las Vegas casino.
Well, they do call the governors of the states, they'll call them the governor's mansion. So, say the Parator's mansion, he would not live in a lodging.
Gotcha. Yeah, so, you're welcome to stay here at my Cartan estate, and my security
that's
forces.
nice. I like that.
My security forces will, of course, be vigilant.
Parator Yarn, excuse my interruption, but do you have a marketplace nearby that is capable of creating custom clothing?
Parator Yorn considers for a moment, and he says, "I know, Cartan City is one of the larger cities on our world. We should be able to find something that could accommodate your needs."
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your help.
"Of course. I'll have one of my aides look into or speak to you about what it is that you are seeking, and we will make arrangements for you to meet with a provider of such goods."
Thank you again, sir.
"If you will accompany me, I will see you to your ships at your landing pads, and we will arrange for you to travel to my estate.
Heck yeah, dog.
And at that point, we would begin to make our way to the landing pads of the Council Assembly Center. And begin to make preparations for our departure to the Parator's Kartan City place of living.
The dwelling place of Parator.
So I think at this point, that's going to be a good place to stop. So I do have narrative for continuing on, but we've been at this for.
Oh yeah, that's good. This
Quite
was
a
fun.
hours.
This was a good game day.
So.
Oh, you gotta go, Matt?
Yeah, I got a UFC fight I've rented for me and a buddy, or maybe two. Oh, I might know Josh bailed out, so it's just me and Barry. So, buddy's coming over to the house in a while to watch the UFC fight.
Okay. So, all right. So, yeah, I think based on everything that we've done today,
Wow, that was.
yeah, we've done quite a bit for character growth. So I'm gonna say 30 experience.
1,000. Oh,
30 experience to each player. Do you guys have anything that you would like to bring up as far as arguments or recommendations for bonus experience based on actions taken today?
I don't know. I was working my butt off in that courtroom though.
What, Kason?
I said no. 30 experience sounds good.
Okay. Let's see. I think, you know what, Matt? I will throw you an extra 5 XP.
Sir.
Based on, your, like you said, very outspokenness during the council meeting and your opposition to Parator Fendril. Let's see, and actually, trying to think. And actually, Ator, I'm going to throw you. You go ahead and take 5 bonus experience as well. Because you, through your influence, Spondaz ended up speaking up. Like, he actually probably wouldn't have stepped forward if it hadn't been for your urging. So we will we'll throw that over there too. Sound good?
Sure.
Okay.
I'm not gonna say no to free XP.
All right. Oops, what was that error from? Somebody trying to adjust their lightsaber skill?
No.
Let's see, I got a message about. Let's see, so lightsaber skill function is not a function; it has no call meta method.
That's weird. Maybe somebody accidentally clicked on something.
Maybe. I don't know, but at any rate.
Probably there shouldn't be any errors for lightsaber stuff. That is weird.
Anyways, so yeah, good session. Excellent work all the way around, especially from the aspect of you guys are, doing fantastic from a roleplay perspective. Following your character's motivations. Really acting as your characters. So, you guys make it a lot of fun to GM these sessions. You bring a lot. You bring a lot to the narrative that otherwise wouldn't be there. So.
Yeah, next time maybe I'll make a bloodlust character, and you would be like calling that bitch out.
Well, I
I'm
think.
gonna murder you.
Well, I think the thing is with Exodus, being outspoken as he is, that we kind of have that voice. So Ator sort of being more of a calm and sort of observational character, and it's like I think that works. So, and also, of course, she speaks up and has influence when she feels it's necessary, like again with the urging of Spondaws to speak up during that meeting. So
This was too easy of a session though. You're gonna have to start flipping those destiny coins as the GM.
yeah, I know I'm gonna have to. I keep
make more shit come at us.
Yeah, I keep
I thought it was. I didn't find
Well, I
it
mean, it's
easy. I mean, you're a pretty
still
powerful
fairly
character.
New. Like we're still understanding new mechanics like almost every freaking game.
Yeah, which that's kind
I
of.
think this is the first session where we didn't really we forgot some mechanics, but we didn't learn new mechanics.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I think this is the first session where that happened.
Yeah, I think you're right. But yeah, as far as the flipping destiny points, like I as the GM, I am for one during structured gameplay, I'm still gauging using that to increase difficulty or upgrade the checks of the enemies, just because when I first started this.
Well, you can do it narratively.
That's true. Well, that's the other thing too, is I've been sort of watching for narrative points to use it, and haven't seen one that I felt like would be a good time to throw one out. Just my my personal GM sort of approach and stuff. I haven't been, I have been thinking about it, but again, I just haven't seen any points where I would be like, all right, yeah, I'm gonna throw a dark side Destiny point out here. I am gonna, and the other thing too is what's funny is the way that the session's out. Maybe I just need to start using the dark side points earlier on in the sessions, because usually it's like we go through and you're like, all right, they're using light side points. I got a lot of dark side points to throw out there, but it's like you guys use them at points that then once the by the time I'm thinking like, all right, I'm gonna start using these dark side points or dark side Destiny points built up here, then it's like, oh, session's over. So
hey, you're doing the best job you can, man. It's been really fun today. I had a blast today.
Yeah, I'm glad
I was just thinking about what the book was saying.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
I was just thinking about what the book was saying was, they're meant to be flipped over back and forth. It's like a tug of war kind of thing with the destiny points between the players and the GM.
Right, and that's the thing is I'll get a little more bold with that, just to see. I'm trying to be. I'm a little more restrictive now as a GM with that stuff, just because when the game first started, even though we weren't using destiny points, I really kind of misgauged the sort of strength of players versus NPCs in structured gameplay and things like that. So I've kind of wanted to pull back so I didn't put us in narratively difficult situations. But I feel like I'm at a good point to start playing with that more, and yeah, we'll start using it more. I'm trying to think if there was anything else I was gonna say. How do you guys feel about the narrative? You guys feel like it's
good?
Good? Okay. Good.
Oh yeah. So the whole courtroom thing was just wildly intriguing, and I mean, it was fun to listen to and have rebuttals to, and hopefully we didn't throw too many curves at you and cause something to happen where you weren't planning.
No. That's that. I'm good with you guys' input there and everything, and it's not really throwing me more than I can handle. So we're good there. I'm kind of keeping in mind what I have in mind for the narrative overall, and it's one of the reasons that I wanted to give you guys an opportunity to have input in the meeting. in the assembly was to,
Yeah, and by the way, about the Destiny points, that wasn't a critique. It was just an encouragement to use them because they, when we were both reading about them, about Destiny points, flipping back and forth like that, it really seemed to make the narrative more interesting.
right. Yeah, I
And
agree.
that's why I've been trying to do more of that, uh, coin flipping for narrative wise rather than combat wise to
Gotcha.
try to make the narrative more interesting.
Right.
And so I'm just encouraging you to do the same as GM rather than just players go.
Yeah. Yeah. I will. I will definitely start using them more liberally just to spice it up. So.
I think we're ready for some curveballs.
Yeah. All right. So, thank you guys again for playing this week. Trying to think if you guys don't have, let's see, a lot going on next Saturday, because I know Christmas is next Wednesday, so I don't know if you guys have.
I'm good.
I mean, I don't have much going on. We'll play it by ear.
Sure.
You
Yeah.
know,
Just let me know through the
but
week if something comes
the
up,
heck yeah,
because this
man.
is.
That's
Like I said, I just need to make sure that we're consistent about it.
Yeah. Yeah. We're.
Otherwise, otherwise I'm just gonna, it's frustrating trying to get back in the character and trying to remember everything that we've done because it's been so long since the last time we.
Right.
so true. So true.
Yeah. Okay.
See, this is much easier to do it like this. Like we just played last weekend, so we didn't really have to do much of a recap.
Right.
It
Yeah.
was, easy. It was much easier for me to get. I don't know about you guys, but for me personally, it was much easier to get back in Ator's mindset, I guess.
Sure.
I guess from my extensive background building of my character, it's really easy to touch with what he would do. So
Right.
I
Yeah.
guess since yours was a little bit more built on the fly and out of fun, and I had been building his character since Lord 2017.
Yeah. Yeah. So. But
Yeah,
yeah.
this is my same character. My other character was that Musa.
Yeah.
That one it was easier to get into into character with.
Yeah.
This one's a lot more different from
But
me personally.
that's it's also kind of a good thing, kind of a fun thing as far as it's kind of a fun creative challenge. So.
Yeah, that's kind of why I did it too, just because I was trying to make it more of a challenge.
Right. Okay. So yeah, no other comments, questions, anything. Then we will.
Oh, actually, I have a question.
Okay. Is it something that Matt needs to be present for?
No. It has to
Okay.
do with the kyber crystal modification.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I talk to you later, guys. It was a pleasure.
Okay.
I thoroughly enjoyed playing with you in this game. That was awesome.
Same.
And
Later, Matt.
I will catch you guys later. Latest on the Minjay.
Alrighty.
Take care.
Okay. So, question on the kyber crystal modification.
Yeah, I wanted to do that actually when I was meditating, but um I wasn't I was thinking because with the when it comes to mods in the book, um it has to do with. Oh, by the way, did you already stop streaming? I didn't know.
No, I haven't stopped it. I guess I'll go ahead and just stop it now because this is just kind
You
of
can if yeah.
yeah,
'Cause
just kind of discussion of the thing. So, if anybody or whoever happens to be watching this after the fact, thank you very much for giving us a look, and hope this has been a fun and enjoyable adventure to follow us on, and we'll be keeping this going as we go. So, thanks again for watching, and see you guys in the next adventure. May the Force be with you.